certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I did some dicking around. I did some tinkering. I think I found out why the video's been so weird. I changed a little bit of our output. I think I had some output the right side. The output was good on one end, and then on the other, I needed to up the output, and I hope that helped. Good morning. Welcome. We'll see how it goes. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show, and we have Kennedy stuff to go over. Yes. Not that one, not Mr. Kennedy. There were no files released on Ken Kennedy. We don't have any new information on Ken Kennedy. It turns out there was no conspiracy and that Ken Kennedy actually was fired by Vince McMahon after hurting Randy Orton. There was a conspiracy that there was a third suplex. This has turned out to be utter nonsense. Mr. Kennedy was fired by Vince McMahon after hurting Randy Orton. But we do have a few reveals in those 1,132, was it? Files on the Kennedy assassination. Well, it's not like we were talking about it last night as we were digging through some of these, and I was like, there's not going to be like the smoking gun of here's exactly what happened, but it was definitely going to create some new roads to the same theories. And I got to say, after reading the summaries, because I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I stayed up all night reading 1,100. You let the new nerds do your homework. And they've been digging through it. I think Twitter is the best place to go to get some information. What it did was it created a few more roads, a little more structure, a little more framework around certain theories. Maybe this is confirmation bias, but I am still strongly camp CIA. Those files are showing that the CIA definitely had a lot of eyes on Lee Harvey Oswald from the time he was in the USSR to Finland to a bunch of other places. We'll talk about this a little bit later. He and Jack Ruby had met numerous times in the lead up to the Kennedy assassination, especially one incident they talk about specifically at a nightclub. Also, we'll get to it. If you've already read it, you already know. The CIA had no problem with these files being released. They just wanted one thing redacted from it. Does anybody in the chat want to guess what the one thing the CIA wanted redacted from the Kennedy files was? If you don't know, it's okay. It's not a big deal if you don't know, because we will get to it. Now, to me, the video looks great. To me, everything looks good. OBS, Rumble, the YouTube part of it, it looks solid. But I've been told that it looks like shit. So there's some kind of disconnect somewhere. There's where it looks shitty in some places. I changed some things around yesterday and this morning. Hopefully it's good. But yes, okay, so some of you did read the files. Some of you did read the files. Okay. You know what the CIA wanted gone. Wait, is that true about Jack Ruby? Hold on. I did not know that. Holy shit, Triple N. God damn it. No. Why does this keep happening? I don't want to know this shit. Why do they come to me to die? Why do they come to me to die? I did not know this about... So did you know that Jack Ruby was not named Jack Ruby? Did you know that Jack Ruby's name was indeed not Jack Ruby? I was today years old when I learned this. Triple N just taught me this a minute ago, and I went to Google. And every time I go to Google for this shit, I go... The guy who told me this is clearly full of shit. He's an anti-Semite. He's just being racist. And then I go, God damn. Like, every single Google search I do about some shit someone tells me about some Jewish guy, I go, that guy's full of shit. That guy's being a racist. That guy's being an anti-Semite. And then I go, and I hit enter, and I go, God, fuck again. I don't want, like, here's the thing. People who hate Steel Toe have not been able to get a W. They've just been flailing. So they go back to the old things that like Unite Cloud used to go to. He's a racist. You know, anti-Semitic. I'm not. I don't want any of this shit to be true. They come to me. I hear voices in my head. They counsel me. They understand. They talk to me. They talk to me. And every time you guys go, Aaron, you didn't know that this was this? And I'm like, guys, would you stop with the anti-Jewish shit for a minute? Click, 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 enter. Motherfucker. So apparently his name was Jacob Rubenstein. I have a question, you guys. If his name was Jacob Leon Rubenstein, why wouldn't they just call him Jacob Rubenstein? Why would they call him Jack Ruby? And also, it seems like old Jacob Rubenstein had some contacts with the agency, and the agency was tracking Jacob Rubenstein and his meetings with Lee Harvey Oswald. I mean, everything I've read so far about the Kennedy files and again, I feel like now it's confirmation bias because I haven't changed my, like usually if stuff like this comes out, I might change my mind. I was always of the belief that Lee Harvey did it. Or no, what's the line? OJ did it, Lee Harvey didn't, and she's really gone this time. Don't try to guess. Go ahead. You know what? Type in that lyric. OJ did it, Lee Harvey didn't, and she's really gone this time. And then you can be supremely disappointed in who I'm quoting. That OJ did it, Lee Harvey didn't, and she's really gone this time. Go ahead. I'll give you time. And the whole Jack Ruby connection, the tracking Lee Harvey Oswald in Finland, he and Lee Harvey conversating and meeting with each other multiple times. My thoughts going into this were that Lee Harvey Oswald did it as a tool of the CIA. And after I've checked out people's summary of these documents, I 1000% believe that Lee Harvey Oswald shot JFK as an agent of the CIA or as an operative of the CIA. Whatever the wiggle word is that the FBI uses to get around plotting January 6th. You know, that they go, oh, no, it wasn't FBI agents that were in the crowd. They were assets. Oh, it was an asset. Okay, that way when you get found out that you were pulling bullshit, you can say they went rogue. Oh, okay. Cool. That makes sense then. So, look, I came into this thing thinking Lee Harvey did it. It was a CIA production. I'm coming out of this thing thinking Lee Harvey did it, and it was a CIA production. That's where I'm coming out of it. Oh, by the way, Jim Sharkey says, I'll take gay F-word country music for 100, Alex. Oh, no, but it's a very specific gay F-word country music. That's too broad. That's too general. But the other thing that I took away from this was that the USA has been helping Israel lie about their nuclear program since at least the 1960s. The CIA said, we have no problem with the files being released. We just want you to redact the words Jewish intelligence. Israeli intelligence. They didn't say Jewish intelligence. They said Israeli intelligence. That's all they wanted redacted. Anything that involved Israeli intelligence, they wanted that redacted from the JFK files. As far as I know, they did not redact the parts with Israeli intelligence in there. So we got to go over some of that today. Also, you're going to be surprised at this. I got a big shocker for you. That could have been phrased differently. A lot of people are reading about the JFK stuff. And, you know, a lot of people, especially people who don't trust the government, they say whenever they show you something shiny over here, they're pulling some weird shit over here. And I think that may be the case because as these Kennedy documents are coming out, as these Kennedy documents are coming out, Harry Sisson is being outed as a heterosexual. That's
okay, faggot.
no.
What's next?
I'm telling you, they're outing. Some lady outed Harry Sisson as a heterosexual, and apparently this kid's into dudes or into chicks. We were all toying with the notion he was gay. Fuck toying with the notion. We all pretty much knew Harry Sisson was gay. And in a weird way, this Harry Sisson news is making me also believe that the CIA murdered John F. Kennedy using Lee Harvey Oswald as their patsy. It's seeming to come together as of yesterday. Some lady released some big, long thing about Harry Sisson, like, trying to get nudes from chicks via Snapchat. He's old school. Like, trying to get chicks via Snapchat, that's the old-timey way to do it. That's how I got April. I didn't tell you about that? I think the OG listeners know about that one. I was single, and I was wink and nod on the air. I was giving out my Snapchat, and April showed up in my Snapchat. She's like, hey, how are you? So she was listening to the radio one day. She was a Steel Toe fan, and she was listening to the radio, and she heard me give out my Snapchat. She's on the floor of the factory, and she starts Snapchatting away. And we kept a Snapchatting. But that was one of the scummy ways I would use my radio gig to get girls. So we would just I got single, I gave out my Snapchat, and we got to rapping, and that's how it happened. So Harry Sisson using 2019, 2020 steel toe moves. Using the old Snapchat. I got to use Rockin' 101 as a dating service. Triple N says, want to be my next ex-wife? Do you want to know what my boss said about April? I used to go into the studio because I had a key. I used to go into the studio once a week at night with April and someone else, and we used to do a little podcast. And Gary found out, and he was pissed. Al Neff ratted me out. And he's like, Aaron's in there, and he's doing a podcast. Aaron's doing a podcast in the studio. And Gary called while we were on, and he goes, I don't give a shit what you and that flat-chested Marsha Brady are doing. Get the hell out of the studio. Eesh. That was not very nice. He called her flat-chested Marsha Brady, which... Mean. No, Triple N, I did not lead off with the words, wanna be my next ex-wife. Not okay. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, that was your first mistake using Snapchat as a way to date. Yeah, a little bit. Someone had a good one. He said, Hulkamasha Baby says, you blew right through that fame attention red flag, huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then Adrian and I, we had a guy, a friend, who had a limo service, and sometimes he would offer to drive us to the shows, to the comedy shows. And we had one in Augusta, and she tagged along, and boy, did she like that limo ride to the event. So, yeah, I guess Hulkamasha Baby, I guess you could say there should have maybe said there should have maybe been some red flags, but you know, the heart wants what the heart wants, you know. 315 is the number for today. Hey, guys, thank you very much. While we were playing that black guy versus the biker gang video yesterday, you guys went over. I really appreciate that. 315 is the number today. So why don't you guys talk amongst yourselves, decide, how many of you are going to throw in 10 or 20 bucks today, and we'll get that thing rocking right away because we only have 2 more morning show goals, and it's a 6th straight week of perfection. Well, apparently you guys and Rocky were talking because Rocky decided to start us off with $15 this morning over on PayPal. Thank you, Rocky.
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash. Put down the bong.
Rocky getting us down to 300 right off the bat today. So that's usually where we want to be by 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, right? It's not even 6:15. So here's what I say. The rest of you get together, get down to 200 by 7, and we'll be way ahead for the day. That sounds good to me. Thank you guys very much. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says only red flag she was missing was her hair. Thank you. Dinosaur Fuel says, don't forget, Aaron, your daddy said she was trouble. That's true. That's true. Somebody says the heart wants what your dick wants. Aaron wanted to see her grassy knoll, says Eagle of America. Good thing I didn't tell her my last name was Rubenstein. Oh, boy. All right, guys. Hulkamash says the heart wanted pussy and subpar tits. The God's ultimate irony. Aaron's a tit man, and where does he go? I don't know. It's just it's all strange, you know? It was a weird time. It was a weird time. COVID, you know, all that. Let's go to a little text coming in here. True story. The Ken Kennedy I went to college with is now a transsexual man named Bethany. Oh, that's a different Kennedy. Kennedy! Actually, funny story. That Ken Kennedy that became trans, now known as Kathleen Kennedy. So that's kind of fun. Somebody, too, says, it's okay, Aaron. We all know your blood was running through your head, just not the right head. Some of us grow up later, all right? We all mature at different ages. Like it took me until 38 to realize, you know what? The 2 or 3 times a year boys' night out thing, you're a little too old for that. Time to pack it in. Cigar and a cocktail and then go to bed. That's your speed, bro. That's your speed. All right, let's go into some of this Kennedy stuff, and then we will... Do you like that I eye roll my own sound drop? Like, I play the sound drop, and then I eye roll at myself. It's always been a show for the mentally ill. Welcome to it. 300 is the number for today. Let's do it. I just want to catch up with some of these chats. I want to give people the credit when they're very, very funny. Trucker 18-wheeler, not wrong, says, sounds like someone was extremely desperate at the time, you gay F word. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, you took a small town 6, brought her to a slightly bigger town, and asked her to just print out shipping labels, and somehow there she found drugs. She deserves the factory. She earned that gig. I mean, hey, Annoyed Wawa supervisor, what gives? No specials with that message? Just biting commentary from Annoyed Wawa supervisor. No roller grill items. No nothing. Hobo, good morning, buddy. Nice to see you. All right, guys, on our way to 200 by 7 o'clock. Let's try that idea since you guys have already broken the 300 seal. Thank you for your contributions. You know the places. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. One thing we did learn, And this was funny. I don't think this has a lot of bearing on anything. But one thing we did learn from the JFK document drop is that JFK Jr. thought Joe Biden was a traitor. Yeah, people were trying to make a thing out of this. I think it was 1994. There was a 1994 letter that was sent. It was a handwritten letter. And in it, JFK Jr. said, "Dear Senator Biden, you are a traitor." And that was the letter. And then, as what I was reading on Twitter, is the guy wrote, "Never forget that JFK Jr. died in a plane crash in 1999. Well, I mean, the holy shit, that's a coinky-dink statute of limitations, I think, is shorter than 5 years. I mean, I don't really trust I don't trust our government to be as evil as I think they are if they're taking 5 years to kill a motherfucker for a letter he wrote. But JFK Jr. was going to run for the Senate in New York. That's the rumor, is that he was going to run against Hillary Clinton. And he was going to run against Hillary Clinton, then all of a sudden, goddamn plane wouldn't work. Son of a bitch. What did Payne Stewart know? 191 Redbird with $2 says, a bit behind. We gave you 5 years max with April. Well, I'm glad I hit the under for you. I'm glad. God, you guys are mean. Holy shit, you guys are not nice. I just went back to the chat for a second before I headed back to the JFK Jr. article we were going to go through, and you guys are still saying really mean things. Annoyed Wawa supervisor letting us know. Aaron, I was trying to make a serious point. It would be disingenuous to say the French toast sizzly is served on bread so flat and pancake-like, you'll roll over to grab them in the morning. There you go. I was wondering when that was coming in. Some people saying she wasted her money on bras. That's fucking mean. It's just not nice. Like, I read online, I read some people's thoughts, and, like, people will still, like, say really nasty shit. And I'll be like, it's so weird because I'll be like, that's not fair. That's not a very nice thing to say. You know, it's kind of a dick thing to do. And it'll just, I'll come to the realization. I'm like, oh, I'm done with this. I'm super over it. And these people really are not. And it's very funny to them still. Holy shit. Dinosaur Fuel says, when's the wedding? I can stream this one. It might last longer. You know what? I have the hard drive right over there that has our whole wedding ceremony on it. If you guys want to watch it for overtime sometime, I'll get it all uploaded. Thank you, Miss Tay, for the 5 gifted memberships. Wow. Thank you for the 5. 290 away from this morning. Very nice of you. All right, guys, you've had your fun. I think we can stop bullying now. You guys can stop being the big bullies that you are. And we can go on to the JFK stuff. Did we get it? Get it out of your system. Come on. Let's, I believe in immersion therapy. So whatever helps you guys move on, get it out. And by the way, the wedding, the marriage lasting longer, the third one, I don't have too high of a hill to climb on that deal. What was the first one? The first one was 2012. I think I got married, and then my divorce was final in 2019, so about 6 to 7 years on the first marriage. That's not bad. First one's not bad. Second one was like, oh, God, 2.5, almost 3 years. So I can clear that fence. 6 or 7. We'll see. We got people listening to this show that have been married for like 25, 30 years. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You're terrible at this. I know. But practice makes perfect. I was going in the wrong direction time-wise, Hulkamasha Baby says, I really miss her talking about you dumping loads in her and how she liked it. Riveting commentary from the second mic. Yeah, I always liked it better when Corey told those stories, but, you take what you can get. Oh, man, I'm not going to read the rest of those. They are mean, mean, mean. All right, JFK files. Let's jump into it. JFK Jr. comes up first. I don't want to start with the big ones, you know? That's what she did. Apparently, JFK Jr., this is a cute little part of the Kennedy file dump. He called Joe Biden a traitor, which shows, again, JFK Jr. kind of a hipster. He was on the Joe Biden being a traitor thing early on. The United States government has started releasing documents as of last night. While historians do not think a major bombshell drop after these papers are made public, there is one thing that stands out, according to the Geller report. JFK Jr., the son of the 35th president, once called former President Joe Biden a traitor. It mentions a letter by JFK Jr. where he wrote, quote, "Dear Senator Biden, you are a traitor." Boy, file that under fucking called it, right? Holy shit. And this was before Joe Biden had sold his country down the river to Ukraine even. So JFK Jr. was on it early. The documents carry a letter by JFK Jr. delivered by a special agent to Senator Joe Biden on September 8th, 1994. The letter has been addressed to Senator Joe Biden, U.S. Capitol Building, United States Senate, Washington, D.C., 20515. The document further reads, accompanying hand-printed letter dated August 26, 1994, beginning, "Dear Senator Biden, you are a traitor," and bearing the signature of JFK Jr. No further details about the accusation are known yet. Well, first of all, Joe Biden had been a United States Senator for quite some time by that point. I think maybe a decade. Didn't he start coming around in the 80s? Maybe even the 70s. And fuck, he's old. We elected him president, allegedly. You know, I think if someone's been in the Senate that long and they're that, like, part of the machinery, they're a traitor. Like, you've definitely done some deals that are against the, like, depending on how you define traitor, you've definitely made some deals that go against the wishes and the interests of the American people. That's for sure. It doesn't say in the letter why he's a traitor. I would really like to know that part. Maybe we could call JFK. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says, you liked it better when Corey told the stories about you shooting loads into him. That was the joke. That was the, God damn it. How gay am I that you guys don't even see that that's a joke and that you just went, wait a minute, that's for real? No, you guys are like my son. You tell him something sarcastic and his big line we always make fun of him for, his line is, wait, actually? That's his big thing. You'll tell him something, you're like, oh yeah, bud, and you know he'll say something you don't think it's gonna happen. You're like, oh yeah, and pigs are about to fly out of the sky, and he'll go, wait, actually? No, bud, not wait, actually. They're not gonna come out of the sky. Dude, he's so funny. We went to the park yesterday. My oldest has her birthday on Thursday, and we're gonna do some fun stuff for her. But my parents wanted to take her shopping before her birthday and get her some stuff. So my oldest went with Grandma, and Grandpa and I took the kids to the park. And there's this park that I grew up going to called Shamrock Park in Shoreview. And it was fun. My friends and I would play football. We'd play basketball. We'd run around. A lot of fun. And my son loves the place. My youngest loves it too, but he loves Shamrock. So Landscape Designs, this company that makes big, sprawling, beautiful, like postmodern playgrounds. They're kingdoms. They're amazing. Like, we never had anything like this growing up. Look up a Landscape Design playground. And this place is so cool. As a kid, you'd shit your pants seeing something like this. And my son, without missing a beat, he's walking around the park. He goes, Dad? I go, yeah, what's up, buddy? He goes, he literally looks around. So when an 8-year-old does like adult mannerisms, it's always kind of funny. He looks around, he smirks, and he goes, hey, Dad, you don't think this place is better than Shamrock, do you? I'm like, buddy, this place is pretty cool. He's like, nah, Shamrock's better. Like he's doing the dickhead thing where he's like purposely being not impressed. He's like, Shamrock's way better, Dad. I'm like, buddy, this place is huge. This place is way bigger. He's like, Shamrock's got a rock climbing wall. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I guess you're right. Shamrock does have a rock climbing wall. I'm like, yeah, but buddy, look at the middle of the park. They got this little courtyard area with these Adirondack chairs. He goes, Shamrock doesn't need those chairs. They have benches. Those are fine. I'm just like, Jesus. So finally, after about an hour at this park where they got zip lines and all kinds of cool shit, my son goes, hey, Dad, talk to Grandpa. You think we can go to Shamrock? I'm like, you little hipster. So guess what? I brought him to Shamrock, and Grandpa and the youngest met us there about 15 minutes later. Then I'm throwing him the football, and I'm throwing nice tight spirals. I'm dropping the goddamn thing in a bucket. I'm hitting him right in stride, looking good. Every time he drops the ball, every time he doesn't catch it, he looks at me. He goes, hey, Dad, gentle. You're throwing it too hard. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Every time it hits his hands and he drops it, he goes, Dad, did you hear how loud that smack was? Gentle. And little bastard, the 8-year-old throws me the football and he goes, see, Dad, like this. He's left-handed. He goes, Dad, like this, gentle. And then I catch it. He goes, Dad, did you hear that? You couldn't even hear it hit your hands. It was a nice pass. I'm like, I'm sitting here throwing them lasers, and they're right on. And I'm just at 38. It still matters to me that I've got good form, and I'm putting the ball. I'm making it rain out there, and every time he drops it, it's my fault. He's like, Dad, be gentle. Thanks. Cocktiff says, where did you go for fast food, Porky? Fuck you, I didn't. I had leftover pizza, and I just brought it with me in the car. See? That counts. That's the win for the toe. Miss Tay with $10 says, no, chat. Keep bullying Ape and her mosquito bites. It's not necessary. You don't have to do that. Fauci's Pangolin says, oh, no, he's going to be exactly like you. His mother and I have discussed it. There do seem to be some me traits coming through. Let's go to Red Fox Mad with $4.99. He says, I miss Corey being on this morning show. Oz, Corey, Johnny, Zach, Matt, best lineup ever. I wish we could go back to those good old days. Those guys are fantastic. I think once we put something together, one of the first guys I'm going to call to see if he wants in would be Zach. I would love to hire Zach away from iHeart. And hopefully we can get some things done soon that make that happen. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, so he's a trader, not a trader. How Aaron trades gay sex for super chats. I'll be gentler next time. No more tears. Thank you. I appreciate that. 191 Redbird with $5 says it's almost like some people are resentful or giving thousands to keep you on the air and getting stabbed in the back for pointing out the obvious. What? Some people are resentful for giving thousands to keep you on the air and getting stabbed in the back for pointing out the obvious? I don't know. You're going to have to be more specific. I don't know what that means. I thought we were having fun. 280 away from this morning. Thank you, guys. You guys are already under 300. Like I said, ain't no laws against going down to 200 by 7 o'clock. That'd be kind of fun. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo. Thank you. Let's go to, oh, no, I lost where I was. Here we go. Eaton Clam says, you tell that boy the little colored kids catch the hard passes and he needs to step up his game. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Aaron, corporate has actually requested additional bullying. We invested time in that flat-chested farm girl zilch. We were going to wrap the high country and everything. Oh, sorry. You know what? Then I guess I can understand where your bitterness could come from. Fauci's Pangolin says, I read the JFK stuff, and I've concluded John shot himself. Oh, well then. Yeah, so the first thing I saw was the JFK Jr., Joe Biden stuff. I thought that was interesting. How about this one, though? In the Kennedy files, we find out Jack Ruby, who I just learned today. I learned this like a half hour ago, thanks to Triple N. Jack Ruby's real name was Jacob Rubenstein. Did not know that. I thought his name was just Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby, who shot Lee Harvey Oswald before, and by the way, Lee Harvey Oswald, even right up until he was shot, was saying, I didn't do this. I was set up, blah, 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 blah. And something tells me that the old agency, they didn't like this guy running his mouth that way, and they just wanted to make sure they tied up loose ends. And here comes Jack Ruby just popping him, shooting him, boom, dead. And didn't Jack Ruby get killed in prison? Didn't Jack Ruby didn't he get taken out too? Jack Ruby death. January 3rd, 1967. So not too long after. His conviction was overturned on appeal. He died of a pulmonary embolism and lung cancer in prison on January 3rd, 1967 while awaiting a retrial. Okay. Well, anyway, Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby, or Jacob Rubenstein, met at a nightclub weeks before JFK was killed, according to a CIA memo. So in these Kennedy documents, the CIA was following Lee Harvey Oswald all over the place. USSR, Finland, back to the United States, and back again. And apparently old Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald, they were no strangers to each other. Wasn't the story like, hey, Jack Ruby was just pissed off and he was mad that this guy killed Kennedy, so he killed Lee Harvey Oswald. I mean, Oswald was a guy. They had their eyes on him for quite some time. And Jack Ruby seems to be a little more than some pissed off nightclub owner who wanted to get back at Lee Harvey. These documents tie these two together multiple times, including a nightclub meeting at one point. Yikes. Hold on, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, wait, so you're saying Lee Harvey Oswald said, someone did this to me? It all comes around. That, someone brought up that someone did this to me thing a week ago or so. And they're like, can you believe the fucking balls? I go, no, I lived through that. I lived that. That was her all the time. Whenever you needed to talk to her about something that she might have done wrong or that she might have done that upset you or anything like that, it was always somebody else's fault. It was always something happened to her. It was always poor me. And I'll tell you this, it worked on suckers. There's some suckers it still works on. So that's just that one did. They were like, didn't that surprise you? I'm like, no, not at all. It's very on brand. Thank you very much to Ethan for this. Ethan with the 650 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. That puts us at, what does that put us at? 275 for today. 275 away from today's goal and overtime. Thank you very much. We're trying to jumpstart this Kennedy stuff. Our chat is still, boy, are they shit talking someone else. God damn, you guys are on one today. And I don't want to stop you, but I'm also like, guys, it's not really as important to me as it is to you. I mean, look, I laugh at the funny ones, not going to lie, but it's fine, isn't it? Past is the past. Bygones are bygones. I'm definitely in a better place than, We got a text coming in. Nicole Mitchell is getting charged with a second felony, but the Minnesota Dems still want to be able to keep her office in the Minnesota legislature. Really? So the chick who did the breaking and entering? The Republicans are about to lose someone in the Senate, too, by the way. Did you hear about the guy who wanted to cut...
You might remember a story that I covered last...
Sorry, we'll get to that. Did you see that the guy who made the... What is it? God, Trump derangement syndrome bill in the Minnesota legislature. Did you see that guy got caught soliciting a minor? Yeah. Not very slim margins in the Senate for the old Republicans. Not the right time for people to start acting up. Never the right time to do what this guy's accused of doing. And they're talking about, like, are they going to kick him out of the Senate? Is he going to step down? You got to kick him out of the fucking Senate, or at least some kind of suspension thing until this all plays out. Like, you can't let that guy get arrested for that. And, you know, and then just not do anything. Because especially since this Nicole Miller, Nicole Wallace, whatever the fuck her name is, she did the breaking and entering thing. And all these Republicans like, we got to get her out of there. Let's go. Forget this special election. Let's just go in there with us as the majority. And the Democrats like, that's a bunch of bullshit. We're not just hold your horses. I don't know. I don't think that, sorry, bunch of coke. I don't think you can let people stay in office when they get busted for shit like that. It just makes it look like your numbers, your party's numbers are more important than justice. And it's kind of hard to be the law and order party. And then that shit happens. You go, let it play out. In the comments says, love him or hate him, Aaron refuses to sink. Well, I really don't have any ill will. I mean, yeah, the chat just decided today that they were going to start bashing April all of a sudden. And like, they're allowed to. I mean, she was a public figure, still is technically a public figure. Was on the show for a long time. People are allowed. They felt like they got to know her. They're allowed to shit on her. I don't feel any need to shit on her. I don't. Like when other people in my family shit on her, I just look at them, when they're like, we warned you, she was fucking, and I'm like, you didn't see this coming. And some of them are like, yeah, we did. We thought she could go to that place. I'm like, all right. But like, I always tell them, I go, guys, sometimes cosmically people get their punishment. And I said, I don't think I need to throw any more punishment on. I think this person is getting their cosmic punishment now. And I don't think there's any, I don't need to drill that person into the ground. I'm watching another person just continue to flail and obsess over me. And I'm watching like what it's doing to and it's aging them and it's rotting them. And they're driving themselves into insanity and all over little old me. And people are like, what, doesn't that make you mad? I'm like, no, I mean, it's another win for the toe. You obsess. So if you don't let things and people and issues go, it ages you terribly and it stresses you out and you lose all your enjoyment of life. I can tell you, I do it this way. I watch other people hang on to grudges and continue to obsess and cry and get angry. And I listen to them talk about how depressed they are and how sad they are. And it's like, well, that's because you're doing this. I'm doing the opposite, just kind of, tiptoeing through the tulips, as it were, and I'm having a blast. And so I really do think that I'm just doing it the better way. So thank you very much. That's a very nice comment. When you say, oh, Aaron refuses to sink to that level. I don't think like I'm a saint for not doing it. It's pretty easy. I don't want to sink to that level. Like I've always said, and like I tell my kids when they get, when they talk a little shit, I go, it doesn't cost you anything to be nice. Jokes, fine, whatever, fun spirit, but it doesn't cost you anything to be nice. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says we need to remind Aaron of what's gone. With Red Lobster closed, he cannot depend on random whiffs of rancid seafood to remember the good times. Time the fuck out. Wait a minute, chat. Wait a minute, everybody. Hold on a cotton-picking second. Who said anything about the St. Cloud Red Lobster being closed? Wait a minute. What the fuck? I would have heard something about this. You lying sack of shit. It opens at 11 a.m. Red Lobster will be closing locations in Maple Grove and Golden Valley. Red Lobster and St. Cloud closing. Company may file for bankruptcy, blah, blah, blah. This is back in April 18th of last year. This was a year ago. It survived, my man. I don't see any news about Red Lobster going anywhere. Don't you fucking do that. Don't you come in here and start trouble. All right? Eagle of America is asking, a cop who played as a minor, isn't that entrapment? I don't fucking care. If you offer someone money for, say, if you pursue a minor, I don't care if it's a cop. I'd much rather have it be a cop pretending to be a minor than put an actual minor in danger. That's fucking insane. No, that piece of shit tried to pick someone up knowing or thinking he knew what age they were. Fuck him. Let him burn. No, I don't think that's if that's entrapment, then file that under another. There's one of the things Aaron's a fascist about. There's one of the things where Aaron's a jackbooted thug about. I'm totally fine with cops pretending to be that so they can catch creeps who would actually go to actual minors and try to do. Yeah, better the cops playing that role than someone actually being it. I know a certain podcaster who disagrees with me on that, but I stand firm. Terrible choice of words for that story. Terrible choice of words. Let's go to in the comments. He says, Aaron, is there any chance of you getting that Jesse SP, it's Jesse PS, guy back on, or Alex Stein? I thought they'd be reappearing guests like Gino was. Alex has been on a few times. I'd love to have Alex on anytime. But Jesse PS, I like Jesse too. I think Jesse's great. I strongly encourage everybody to go watch his Ethan Van Sciver throat goat interview. That was brilliant. It was really, really good. Yeah, I'd have Jesse on again. Jesse got mad at me because I wouldn't do like some Mersh bashing episodes with him, but it's just because I have evening shows at the same time. You know, the times he wants to go live, like I was like, I can do it in the afternoon. He's like, Jesse P.S., I get up late. Oh, I don't like to do more. Well, I don't like to stay up late. You know, I get up really early. You don't like to get up early. You like to stream really late. I'm not a night owl. Never have been. So I would love to have Jesse on any time, but our schedules just kind of conflict with one another. But make no mistake, I think Jesse does fine work. I really do. I'm just sorry. I'm going through. You guys are on one today. You guys are just, everything I say, you guys are turning into an April joke. Jesus Christ. You guys are mean today. Roots Calhoun says, I went to a Red Lobster once when I was like 19 and thought it was fancy. Jesus Christ. Right? That when you were a kid and your parents were like, we're going to Red Lobster, you're like, oh, let me get my tucks and tails. I didn't know we were going fancy. And then as, soon as one black person yells out, this is lit, fam, you're like, oh, never mind. It's kind of a normal place. Just like the Olive Garden was fancy pantsy Italian. You were going to the nice Italian joint when you were going to the Olive Garden. Red Lobster was one of those places where as you get older, you go there and you're like, this is dog shit. Like, this is not, I don't mind the food. I don't think they have terrible food, but like we're a high-end seafood place. They're not a high-end seafood place. I will say this. They're passable seafood. Passable seafood. I think for what they try to price themselves as like, hey, good, classy, first rate. It's not. You see any oceans by Minnesota? I sure don't. You know what seafood places you trust in Minnesota? The way out state, like up north, up by the Great Lakes, or like a place that has a shitload of lakes when they go, fresh catch of the day walleye. When you got one of those places that's right on a lake, and they got like a deck and everything overlooking a lake, and they've got fresh catch of the day walleye. Trust those places. They've got decent freshwater stuff. But if you're like, hey, this is ocean caught this or that, it's not. It's flash frozen horse shit because you're in Minnesota and there ain't no way they're getting that shit from the coast to you fresh. Stop it. Stop it. Let's go to... I mean, if you guys want to pay for the mean stuff to get read, I'm never going to say no to money, but Jesus, you guys are really leaning into this today. And I have a feeling that part of it's because I'm laughing. I got kids, I know. If you laugh, they keep going. 275 away from today. Thank you guys very much for your contributions today. We appreciate it. Fuck you, dude, with $2. Says, I did some plumbing work in that St. Cloud Red Lobster kitchen. I will never eat there. Let's go to 191 Redbird with $5. Says, the banning people who kept you on air for years, pointing out the obvious coke tweaking on air, had to take my cheap shot. Great show. Oh, you mean when I was lying for April when she was on drugs and I was... Yeah, I remember when she was standing. She's sitting next to me on the show, and I have apologized to you guys about that. I'm sorry. I thought I was defending like her honor. Just know that behind the scenes, we were fighting about the drugs thing a lot, and it took its toll. I was trying to get her to stop, but you can't make people stop. But yeah, I yelled at a lot of audience members because they were pointing out, hey, Aaron, why is she doing this all the time? Why does her voice sound like this? Why is she nasally? Why are her eyes rolling around all the time while she's on the show? Like, everybody's pointing these things out, and I remember I snapped one day. I went, hey, the drug shit stops right now. She goes, thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you for saying that. She didn't fucking care. She was just glad that she was off the hook for a little bit. Yeah, that wasn't right. That wasn't right. Let's go to, some people had some Red Lobster commentary that I wanted to get to. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says literally the reason they are bankrupt is because of all-you-can-eat shrimp, and their most popular item is the free bread. At Wawa, bread isn't free, but with value like this, it feels like it. Attaboy. 270 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Yeah, Cocktiff. Fresh king crab legs. Oh, yeah, real fresh. Just plucked right out of the Pacific, right? Mad Max Mardigan says Red Lobster stopped being high-end seafood when they became family-friendly and starting allowing fucking kids into their location. Atomic Ray says working at Red Lobster is the worst. Your work clothes have a fishy smell that even Summer's Eve couldn't remove. It's always, every time I think we're moving off of the subject, you guys bring it right back. The Renegger says Aaron's kids always brought up smell whenever April's. Jesus, guys. Oh, man. Honky says, oh, my God, Aaron was sweeping for April. Blondo washer. Oh, no. Papa Shop says, this is Aaron taking the high road. Well, I'm trying. You guys just keep hammering away. Jesus Christ. Oh, boy. Hey, Eagle of America, I'm just going to tell you right now that I know what you're trying to say, and we'll get to the sting operation on this Minnesota senator. But that's the take here is like, I disagree with it. Eagle of America saying pedophilia is wrong. I mean, I agree with that part. That part I agree with. But he says, so is imprisoning people for cop-created crimes, kind of like the Whitmer kidnapping scandal. The Whitmer kidnapping scandal was the FBI going to a bunch of psychos who had some kind of a militia and going, you guys want to kidnap the governor? And they said no. And they go, come on, let's kidnap the governor. He said, no, we're not going to kidnap the governor. Come on, at least take a look at these plans we've got to kidnap the governor. And they went, all right, we'll take a look. And they went, we got you. You're under arrest for plotting to kidnap the governor. That's a little different than going, yeah, I'm 14. You want to fuck? And they're like, yeah. Arrest that fucking guy immediately. I don't care if the cop lied about their age. No, thank you. Root says they freeze the crab the second they pull it out of the ocean. Doesn't really matter. It matters. It matters. Oh boy, a lot of commentary today. A lot of commentary. 09 Canyon, that pissed me off. I was worried she was really sick with an ovary thing, and she got pissy when I showed concern. Oh, yeah, I've heard some stories from people who reached out privately too, and they're like, yeah, she was a fucking asshole to me. That's too bad. I'll be honest with you. I did not know anything about that kind of thing. Somebody sent this in. I have no idea what this is. It's Spence and Alice learn about the Hive, Resident Evil 2002.
The mansion where we found you and through which we gained access to the train, which in turn brought us to the Hive. The Hive itself is located underground, deep beneath the streets of Raccoon City.
Raccoon City?
A top-secret research facility owned and operated by the Umbrella Corporation. The Hive houses over 500 technicians.
I'm guessing that had something to do with the Kennedy stuff. I don't get it. I don't get it. If you... Red Lobster... Jesus, I'm just going to more Red Lobster comments, and I look a sentence forward, and it's a goddamn April joke. Jesus Christ, you guys. You're relentless. You know what you are? You're bullies. You're all a bunch of bullies. Here's what we should do. In the next 7 minutes, let's throw $70 in there and let's call it a win for the toe. Let's get all the way down to 200 by 7 o'clock this morning. And those of you who talk shit to Johnny can talk about how soon we hit the goal on Wednesdays. We got another JFK item because all this JFK talk is leading us to Red Lobster and shitting on former co-hosts and stuff like that. This is what we were talking about. The CIA had one objection to these documents being released. They said that just please eliminate any references, black out any references to Israeli intelligence. Newly released JFK files confirm a secret intelligence pipeline between the CIA and Israeli intelligence, personally overseen by CIA counterintelligence chief James Angleton. This wasn't just routine intel sharing. It was a deliberate effort to conceal Israel's involvement in sensitive U.S. operations, bypassing standard intelligence channels. Angleton acted as the sole gatekeeper, ensuring that all Israeli-related intelligence was filtered through him alone. Interesting. He also controlled the flow of intel to the FBI, carefully scrubbing reports to ensure that Israeli intelligence was never directly named. A covert operation hidden in plain sight. Apparently, the CIA was running cover for Israel's nuclear program. Now, officially on the record, I believe America's position is still that they have no idea if Israel has a nuclear program or if Israel has nuclear weapons. Now, most of the world believes, yes, Israel has nukes, and most likely they got the help from us. But our official stance has been, officially, we do not recognize there being an Israeli nuclear weapons program or a nuclear program of any kind. We don't know. And apparently in these JFK documents, it's pretty clear that we knew. We now have, this is another thing that was in the files. We now have plenty of money. Our new backers are Jews as soon as we or they take care of Kennedy. That's fascinating. And then no surprise that Alan Dulles personally signed off on it. Alan Dulles was a big anti-Kennedy guy because after the Bay of Pigs, Kennedy really smacked him around and basically went, fucking, I'm in charge. I call the shots. You are not going to strong-arm me. And he signed legislation that drastically took power away from Alan Dulles and the CIA. So both of the Dulles brothers were not Kennedy fans. Let's just put it that way. D-Ball Money with $1 says, if flat Earth isn't real, then explain April's chest. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. You guys. That Drew. Oh Jesus. Now it's Jews. Now I'm going through it. Like I'm going through the chat now, and it's all April or Jews. That's all it is today. It's April and Jews. Jesus Christ. No, but I don't think it's a surprise. I think seeing it in writing, you know, you talk about confirmation bias, seeing it in writing kind of makes you go, I knew it. But yeah, we were running cover for Israeli intelligence. We were sharing a little more than you usually do with Israeli intelligence. And the CIA today, before Trump released those documents last night, was saying, hey, we don't care if you release these documents, but could you do us a favor, and any reference to Israeli intelligence, could you redact that? And they didn't redact it. They just released it. And the reason being, the CIA apparently had backdoor channels to Israeli intelligence and was running cover for their nuclear operation. And they may or may not have known about the Kennedy plans. So again, looking through these documents, taking a look at everything, my opinion of the Kennedy assassination hasn't changed. I think Lee Harvey Oswald shot him. I think he was acting on plans from the CIA, and Jacob Rubenstein shot Lee Harvey Oswald as part of the plan because they were, Ruby was a CIA asset. The CIA was clearly following Lee Harvey Oswald, and Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby had met multiple times, as confirmed by the Kennedy files. It was not just some stranger danger deal where Jacob Rubenstein was just, I love America so much, and damn him for taking Kennedy from us. And he just randomly shot him in a fit of rage. It was intelligent design, I believe is what Republicans call it. So that's what we learned from the Kennedy files. I'm sure they'll have more coming out today. I'm sure we'll learn a little bit more because, again, it's about 1,200 pages that they released, and I don't think people have gotten through it, the whole thing yet. Von Kaiser says the time it takes to drive to the Helsinki airport is intriguing. Dude, that's where on this show last night when we were going through the documents, that's where I went, I'm tapping out. I'll read articles in the morning because we were trying to go through all the documents. And one of the documents was, what we found really fascinating was that it took 20 minutes by vehicle to get from the Helsinki airport to the downtown Helsinki. But if you took a taxi cab, they could get you there in 15 minutes. And it was like, oh my, like, it's that monotonous to get through shit. It's just minutia after minutia after minutia. It's not a fun read. Let's go to some of this Tesla stuff. They are these anti-Tesla, anti-Elon, anti-Doge people they're stepping up their game. So it started out as protests at Tesla dealerships, and then it went to burning cars and setting charging stations on fire and shit like that. Misery Loves Clips posted this. Misery, send me your information. I'm using your clip, so I'm going to give you $10 for the clip. Oh no, you know what? I have Misery Loves Clips information. I can just send it to him today. I can do it. Don't worry. You don't need to do anything. I got you. If I don't do it today, then you get in touch with me and say, hey, fuckface, you forgot. But Tim Pool got some information about the Tesla stuff. And, I'm not the biggest Tim Pool guy in the world, to say the least. But I think he's kind of a fence-sitting opportunist. But information is information. And this is the latest on some of this Elon stuff. They're plenty unhinged.
Doxing website featuring Molotov cocktail cursor exposes personal info of Tesla owners. In addition to listing alleged Tesla owner data, the site reportedly maps out Tesla dealership locations and approximates the positions of the company's supercharger locations. I don't want to potentially reveal any information about the name of that site, but if you guys are familiar with what's going on with this, if you want to explain it without...
Yeah, we didn't link to the site in the story.
No. But as for individual owners...
Yeah, that's really scary.
Whoa!
So, there is nothing about buying a Tesla that makes you a Trump voter. As a matter of fact, I would have said before January, most people who buy Teslas probably vote Democrat. It's an environmentalist car. It's clean energy. We can get into lithium-ion batteries and how the energy for the charging, we can talk about whether or not it really is clean energy or whether it's showboating and showing off and, the classic American I'm helping without helping thing, the virtue signaling. But aside from that, it's supposedly cleaner than gas-burning cars. And the people who would buy these would typically not be Trump supporters, I don't think. They like to drive trucks and SUVs and muscle cars and shit like that. So I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish other than just you're all-consuming blind rage for anything Elon Musk, revealing the location and the homes of Tesla owners. The worst thing is, privacy is just about dead at this point, so I don't know if there's any recourse that these Tesla owners can take to stop any of this. Because, there's so much shit now where when you buy it, you sacrifice your privacy. And, I hear people say, we're going to have a revolution in this country, a social revolution where people are going to start kind of going off the grid a little more and they're going to respect their own privacy. They're not. I think what it is we're selling our privacy down the river for convenience. And I can't really condemn people for doing it because I hit accept on all the user agreements too. And I'm sure I'm sacrificing a shitload of my privacy when I do that. So, I've said it before and I'll say it. A lot of people say it. You got one of these, you're fucked when it comes to privacy. You signed your privacy away a long time ago when you signed up to have one of these bad boys in your front pocket. You put them in your front pocket. Some people put them in their back pocket. I find those people to be psychotic. You can't trust them. But giving away the location of Tesla owners just because you're mad at Elon Musk. I mean, what's next? Are these people going to start shooting down rockets? Like when these astronauts, like yesterday, come home from space, are they going to be sitting there with flak cannons fucking firing at them? When's it going to be enough?
It doxes Kash Patel.
Oh my
Really?
goodness.
Yep.
Oh, it's over for them.
Yeah.
You donezo.
Well, I don't know. Can you? You know, I hate it when people do that. I hate it when, yeah, it's a smoking gun we were looking for. That's it. Kash Patel's a public servant. Kash Patel's information is probably public. That's the thing about doxing. Like, doxing is shitty. Doxing is evil. Doxing is terrible. You shouldn't do it because there's a clear insinuation of what you'd like to see happen. Like, when you dox someone, you want to see them get hurt or get inconvenienced. And it's a real chicken shit thing to deny. If you're sending it, you're not giving out someone's personal information because you want someone to send them 24 roses. You're sending out their information because you want something bad. That you're encouraging psychos. And don't be a passive-aggressive little cunt. Be a man for once in your life and admit that when you dox someone, you're hoping something bad happens to them. And these people doxing Kash Patel want something bad to happen to them. However, you know, saying, oh, you're done, you're done, you're done. I hate, God, sometimes these, like, new conservatives are some of the most annoying fucking people in the world because you can tell they've done too much interneting in their day. You know, they're like, oh, yeah, dox Kash Patel, you're done. These are the same people who are like, oh, yeah, Fauci's going to prison. We've got Hillary now, boys. You know, this is all a video game to them. And oh, yeah, we finally got him. Hunter Biden's going to get locked. Nobody goes to jail. This isn't it for anybody. Kash Patel's information is probably widely public. It's just that most of us aren't fucking lunatics who release it to the public in nefarious ways.
I'm not going to show this, but Kash Patel's address. Home address.
Pick them up.
Yo.
Round them up.
That's
Oh, that's good. You know what? That's what we should do. We should get so polarized in this country that we don't even wait to find out if somebody committed a crime or not. We go, round them up. Round them up. That's good. No, that definitely doesn't play into the conservatives are all violent fascists rhetoric. Round them up, guys. Round them up. You know who said round them up? Well, aside from the obvious one that everybody quotes. The Democrats after January 6th. Round them up. Fuck them all. Were they at the Capitol? Fuck them. Round them up. So what if they were a journalist? They work for the Blaze now. Fuck them. Round them up. So it's people like Tim Pool have always annoyed the shit out of me because Tim Pool has no scruples. Tim Pool is not he doesn't have conservative beliefs, constitutional beliefs, liberal beliefs, or anything. Tim Pool is just playing. Tim Pool is playing a video game with his political commentary. And he's always annoyed the shit out of me. And he's always been an opportunist, and he's always Clintonianly licked his finger and stuck it up in the air or up somebody's ass before he has an opinion. And that's always annoyed me. But round him up, Kash. But hey, guys, Donald Trump lives at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. He's a public service. The address is known. I mean, is it shitty to put Kash Patel's information out there? Yes, it is. Is it illegal? Probably not.
balls. Kash Patel's address is in here.
That's really wild.
Is that real? That's crazy.
Well, I don't think they got it from private property tax records. They probably got it because Kash Patel owns property and it's publicly documented. I can't sit here and stop anyone from giving out my address. It's public knowledge. It's public information. Most people don't do it. Why? Because they're not fucking psychopaths.
Yo, that's messed up.
It's messed up all around.
Let the roundups begin. But this is something that
who is this Vanilla Ice wannabe? Let the roundups begin. For what? For what? I agree it's shitty. I agree it's not good. I agree it could lead to something bad. But if some hippie dog shit human being wants to show, get the fucking cat painting out of your, be a man for Christ's sake. God damn it. I'm pretty sure that if some blue-haired hippie bullshitter wants to go to Kash Patel's house to start trouble, I'm pretty sure they're going to run into a pretty bad time with any security that he has. So, yeah, round them all up, man. Round them up. So when some conservative website digs up some information on a Democrat that they want to hold accountable for something, whether they're right or wrong, good or bad, we should just round all them up, right? Start rounding up the journalists who post any information about anybody. God, these people are fucking idiotic because everything's a video game to them.
Like libertarians have been talking about doing this for literally ever.
Mike Benn
doing cuts like that, like Doge talks about doing.
Well, the website.
Ironically, dude, those libertarians you reference also don't want to round people up for putting addresses online. Putting addresses online falls under the category of being a dick. That's what it falls under.
As the story says that you just read, has the private addresses of Tesla owners, Tesla dealerships, also includes the...
Now, again, that's fucking shitty too. But I'm starting to think that there might be some kind of thing that you sign when you buy a Tesla. That's, that they can make public certain information.
Addresses of members of...
This is kind of the consequence of us being so, so flippant with our own privacy and not protecting it.
Elon Musk's Doge team, and when you go through and click on these things, it has like a little icon on a map to show you where you are in relation to individuals that you can go attack. So, I mean, it's doxing.
Yeah, it's doxing, and it's shitty, and it's a mean thing to do. It is not nice. But at the same time, you can't round people up, There's no rounding people up for that. It's just, it's a shitty thing that these people do. Hulkamasha Baby with $2 says, what do April and Jews have in common? They're great at spending other people's money and crying victim. Jesus Christ. You guys are fucking relentless today. Root says, Tim Pool doesn't wear a beanie. It's a knitted yarmulke. Well, that's just culturally respective. Yeah, Roots Calhoun says it's to scare people from buying them. Yeah, you buy a Tesla from Elon Musk, we're going to give out your address. It's real nice. And yeah, as Jasper says, that's great. Democrats attacking other Democrats, more people coming to the good side. I don't think Republicans are the main Tesla customers. Jesus. Historically White says he's the head of the FBI. Yeah, I mean, if you think it's an own to post the address of the head of the FBI, like you're not going to get blown out of your fucking shoes when you get there, good luck. I love this guy. Yeah, round them all up. Round them all up. No. Let him stroll into the neighborhood and see what happens. Papa Shab says he surgically replaced his scalp with the strongest knit material that money can buy. God damn it. Some of you guys are still just relentlessly mean. I've never been accused of having trash dick, Renegger. Thank you very much. I've always gotten nothing but compliments about my fine cocksmanship. But he says, round him up. Don't round people up for that. Aaron, you're just assuming no laws were broken in order to get this information. I can't just go online and get a big list of Tesla owners. Somebody hacked the database or leaked it. Let's separate the two. You might have something on the Tesla owners thing. The Tesla owners thing needs to be looked into. That's fucking bananas. But the Kash Patel address stuff, I'm sure no laws were broken to get that information. $1 from Coltrane says, I heard a podcast yesterday where an ex-CIA guy said the CIA will do anything to protect itself, including shooting a president. Well, they've proven that before. 5 dicks from King Kong Ortiz. I love that name. Says, did you talk about Joseph Parker fighting Usyk? I mean, I could. A lot of my audience doesn't give a shit about boxing. Obviously, I love it, but... No, Renegger, she did not. She never accused me of that. I will say this. She always did love it. We just we loved that part. There's just a lot of other things we didn't love. You know, it happens. Monica with $1 says the drops are too loud. Good morning. Oh, the drops are too loud? I'm sorry, Monica. How about
A Methodist and the son of a bitch.
I mean, on my thing, it's coming across the same as everything else.
And there will be gorilla shit all over the Omni.
Thank you for the $1, though, Monica. We appreciate that. That's very nice of you. 265 away from today's goal, our second to the last goal of the week for this fine morning show. We are past 7 o'clock, looking to get down to 200 by 8. Keep it going, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Keep it going. We appreciate it. This is going to be the big breaking news for today. Look, guys, I didn't have this on the old 2025 bingo card, but did you know that Harry Sisson is a heterosexual? There is no denying it anymore. Harry Sisson likes chicks. I know. I thought 1,000% homosexual. I was 100%.
What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones?
I see. That's.
You should just fucking smile and blow me.
That's.
Get me some wood.
Right? That's kind of what I thought. Tucker Carlson had thoughts about Harry Sisson.
Is very obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay.
So apparently Harry Sisson has been pulling some dirty moves on Snapchat. And some chick ratted him out via Twitter yesterday. And, you know, I feel for him. This has got to be really embarrassing for Harry. This is not something you want to go through publicly. But you did it, son. There are allegations against Harry Sisson of Snapchat grooming as multiple alleged victims come forward. So if you don't know about Harry Sisson, he's that guy. He started off as that kid who would make snarky TikTok videos about how super awesome Biden was and how great liberals are and conservatives stink like doggy poop and blah. Like, he was supposed to be the guy who turned all these young kids into faithful Democratic zombies. And he was so getting paid. The Democratic Party was paying him for his TikToks to say, oh my God, do you guys want to know who has all the res? Democrats have the res. Republicans don't have any res. It's fucking crazy. And he's one of the dumbest guys out there. I mean, listening to him, I listened to a Piers Morgan episode where it was him, Ben Ferguson, and who's the gay guy who pretends to be a Republican, who's mad that Joe Rogan won't have him on anymore because Joe found out he's full of shit. Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin, Ben Ferguson, and it was like the three musketeers of political mental retardation because these three were just yelling and screaming at each other. You guys, you don't even know. You're that full of shit. And it was like, Piers is doing nothing to stop it. It was one of the most grating things I've ever listened to in my life. And this Harry Sisson, I have to give him credit because he is what I would describe as effortlessly hateable. I mean, so incredibly unlikable. And I've never heard him give like a straight up political take. I've always heard him like repeat talking points that he heard somewhere else. I've never heard this guy exercise his own thought. It's always like, kind of like Hannity. You're like, oh, he's going to say the anti-Trump thing. He's going, whatever the pro-Democrat talking point and anti-Trump talking point is, that's what Harry Sisson's going to do. Same with Hannity on the other side. Whatever the pro-Trump talking point that day is going to be, Hannity's going to have it. Instead of like, wow, I'm listening to a guy. I'd like to listen to somebody who's giving me their thoughts, giving me their actual ideas that they've thought about. And yeah, it might not come out very clean and polished, but I know I'm listening to a guy giving me his own heat, his own take. That's why I like Jimmy Dore so much. I don't know what Jimmy Dore's going to say, but I know it's going to be what Jimmy Dore thinks. Same thing with Bill Maher. Bill Maher may be left on some things. He may be centrist on some things, but I know I'm getting Bill Maher's opinion when I hear it. When I see anything from Harry Sisson, I'm watching the talking points from the establishment. Well, apparently one thing that was his own position is this Harry Sisson loves pussy. And a lot of us did not see this coming. He's currently trending online after several women accused him of grooming and inappropriate behavior via TikTok on March 18th, 2025. See, this is why you don't bring work home with you. You know, Harry Sisson is on that TikTok all the time. Trump's a stupid guy. He stinks like poop. And then he went home and he was like, well, I should stay on TikTok because it's my job. No, you're going to countdown to dick pics, bro. It's countdown to dick pics. The only thing is, I would have thought Harry Sisson would be receiving dick pics, not sending them. Again, I've had this whole thing inverted the entire time. According to the allegations, the 22-year-old Sisson reportedly made romantic advances to at least a dozen women, seemingly attempting to influence them to share explicit photos on Snapchat. Oh, you dirty dog. So in other words, a 19-year-old hornball was being a 19-year-old hornball. The only problem is he's supposed to be this respected young whiz kid when it comes to politics. And by the way, how fucked up and depressed are you that you would send Harry Sisson a picture of your titties? Oh no! I think sending a picture of sending a picture of your titties to Harry Sisson should be one of the things we can commit you for, even under today's laws. Like a 72-hour hold. If your parents like check your phone, like, oh my God, she sent pictures of her tits. That's not good. We'll have to have a talk with her. Who'd she send them to? Harry Sisson. Oh my God, call the men in white coats. Now, Sisson allegedly claimed they were the only women he was talking to. Oh, you dirty devil, Harry. I didn't think the kid had it in him. So he's going, yeah, baby, you're the only one I'm talking to you send these to me. It's just because I feel a special connection to you, you know? By the way, don't you think Biden's economic policies are long-term healthier for the status of the United States? Sisson allegedly claimed don't you love Ukraine? Oh, baby, you got to show me pictures of your nipples if you love Ukraine. We got to stand up for Zelensky. So you got to make me stand up for your titties. One of his accusers is an alleged domestic abuse survivor. I want to believe her, and I have no reason not to believe her, but I've seen a lot of, this is the problem when they come out with that believe all women stuff. I believe in trust but verify. Do a character search, research of the person who's making these claims. Because I've seen a lot of people in situations like this where they get caught being a hoe or they get caught doing something and they fall back on, I'm a domestic abuse victim. Bullshit, but Harry Sisson didn't do that to you. So don't sit there and go, well, this guy hit me, so Harry Sisson asking to see pictures of my pussy is somehow a violation of that. It's not. It's not. Just because some guy was an abusive dickhead to you does not mean you've now lost the agency to say no to Harry Sisson. The accusations against Sisson came from, that's like, I'm laughing. I'm having a good time at Harry Sisson's expense. But that domestic abuse survivor thing, they're throwing that into like extra jab at Harry Sisson, and I don't think that's fair. Unless, he, turned into one. Like, honestly, finding out that Harry Sisson likes tits is already shocking enough. Don't let me think that he's somehow a violent dude, because I was going to say before yesterday, the kid probably doesn't even know how to make a fist. Unless he's on a date with some dude. And that blew up in my face. Bad choice of words. The accusations against Sisson came forward after investigative journalist Sarah Fields compiled them from TikTok and shared them on the social media platform X. Fields mentioned Sisson allegedly misleading women and trying to convince them that he had no roster and respected them for more than their bodies. Oh my God, the kid's perfect. This kid developed the perfect cover for being a total piece of shit. I've got no roster. Who's going to look at Harry Sisson and what he does for a living and think he has a roster? Nobody. Nobody's going to think Harry Sisson has a roster. So this was actually perfect. I'm actually surprised that this kid had it in him to be as big of a piece of shit as he sounds like. I respect women for more than their bodies. That's right. He respects you for all the kids you've aborted as well. He's a liberal, guys. He's a liberal. And by the way, this is textbook. Ain't I been saying it, Miguel? Ain't I been telling you guys for years? It's not the jocks you got to watch. The jocks are the good guys. The guys playing the game, they're the good guys. You got to look out for these dorky little fuckers. They're the ones that are going to snake you. They're the ones who I respect women. When you hear it, if you're talking to a guy and you hear him say, I respect women so much more for their intellect than their bodies, he's either gay or he's going to fuck you over. So just stay away from that dude. The guy who's holding your hair back at the party, he's trying to squeeze your tits before you pass out. Stay away from that fucking guy. It's the jocks that beat the shit out of that dude for doing that. We got this idea, and honestly, it's liberal creeps like Harry Sisson who made it sound like those of us who, like played sports in high school and college and shit, we're the ones you got to look out for, these dumb jock types, blah, 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 blah. So guys like Harry Sisson could be fucking creepy. That's what it is. It's the guys on the cheerleading squad you got to look out for if history hasn't shown you that. Not the guys who were out on the field. Harry was probably a cheerleader too. One of the first accusers is Diana Michelle, who claimed on her TikTok profile that she began a relationship with Harry Sisson in 2022 after connecting with him via Instagram DMs. However, she claimed that she soon discovered he was also dating, quotes, one of her friends. So you start chatting with Harry Sisson because you like his political takes, and you think he's going to like you because you're one of the smart ones. It's because you got a vagina, honey. Come on. I don't like when people like Harry Sisson are being creepy. All right, it's weird. I understand. You're right. But at the same time, we've got to, these girls got to start getting a little hip to shit. We can't keep pulling your fat out of the fire because you were too stupid to see a red flag. Trust me, this is from a guy who, has missed a red flag or two in his day. But you got to sharpen up at some point. I didn't speak to him after that for a good long while because I'm not going to sit here and compete for a fucking TikToker. Didn't talk to him for a good long while. Did talk to him again, but not for a good long while. Harry Sisson convinced 11 different women that he had no roster and respected them for more than their bodies while persuading them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat, including one from a domestic abuse survivor. See, that's a cheap shot. Her being a domestic abuse survivor has nothing to do with the fact that Harry Sisson got her to send nudes. And a guy told you that you're the only one he's talking to. What do you fucking expect him to say? What do you expect him to say? Oh, no, I'm talking to 10 other different chicks. You're not that special. Now, how about the stuff you promised me? Come on. He's a creepy guy who seems like a gay dude. Don't fucking trust him. Those are the ones who always end up being creeps. Now, notably, Harry Sisson, who was previously rumored to be gay, responded to the allegations by calling his accusers lunatics, as reported by Headline USA. Now, wait a minute. Two things can be true at the same time. Harry Sisson's accusers can be lunatics. After all, they're progressive women. We've seen a few. But you can still be a creep. You can still be a fucking pretending to be gay weirdo. There's a lot of guys out there that pretend to be gay to get girls, and they're always dangerous psychopaths. Harry Sisson being one of them. Never trust a guy who does that. They're always going to be psychotic. So old Harry says, no, they're lunatics. I'm sure they are. I'm not doubting that part. They're sending you pictures of themselves. They're probably a little fucked up. But that doesn't mean you're not a scoundrel. And Harry, one thing that's going to come out of this for you is that we're not going to be able to call you gay anymore. We will call you gay, but we'll know deep down that it's not true. So this Harry Sisson thing, as far as what's this going to do to him? I don't think it's really going to hurt him that much because he's going to put out more of the anti-Trump clickbait shit and people are going to love it and this and that. And then to the rest of us that never liked him to begin with, we're going to be like, oh, fuck, dude's not gay. That's going to be the main takeaway. From the people who don't like Harry Sisson, the main takeaway from this is going to be, holy shit, I thought he was a mo. Like, what? We're going to feel a little embarrassed and a little ashamed that we were so wrong. Jesus. People are comparing Melton to Harry Sisson. No. Harry Sisson likes women, and they all seem to be of age. So there is, I mean, don't be so, apologize to Harry Sisson, please. Bigot on socialist media says, I took a photo of my asshole for Harry because he asked me to. It's his fault. It's true. He's like, they're lunatics. I mean, yeah, if they're sending you pictures of their asshole, I'd agree. They're fucking lunatics for sure. I don't know. As far as where's the person who said they were a DJ and they know something about the Harry? STDS says Harry can bang a few women, but he never hit or choke a girl. Well, I never have either, of course. I mean, I've been lied about, but they even admitted they lied about it. So what are you gonna do? He never hit or choke a girl. No, they're not. No, none of these women accused Harry of abusing them, just like I've never been accused. But they're not accusing Harry. They're saying that one of the people that's accusing Harry is a domestic abuse victim. I don't think, but I see, and look, I want to see, it's funny for me to see Harry Sisson get embarrassed too, but that doesn't have anything to do with him. I don't think that was fair. That was kind of a cheap shot. 265 away from today's goal. $2 from Sam. This is a real group, huh? It has 814 members on Facebook. Take a look at this. It's a private Facebook group somebody sent to me called, and this is very clever, guys. Tim Walls, lick my balls. And you guys will notice that there is a Z in Walls, and also, hang on to your hats, a Z in balls. They both have a Z. Do you get it? Do you understand? Yeah, I don't know. Again, the main takeaway for me, I'm still a little shell-shocked that Harry Sisson wasn't sending pictures of his asshole to grown men in the Democratic Party. I would have thought he was one of the pizzas they were always ordering at the parties. I was wrong. Hey, guys, let's rally up a little bit. We are, it's the morning show. It's that time again. We're falling behind. Great evening show last night, if you checked it out. There was no 5-minute rally part, anything like that. Thank you to Crunchy and Gray Duckling and Miss Tay and everybody else who chipped in. We really appreciate it. 265 is the number. Here, hold on. We can run this by the clock, basically, at this point. 265 away. We've fallen behind by a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's see if we can get a rally going and hit that goal, because that's what keeps this show on the air. Andrea with $10. Andrea's donated before and does like Tim Pool. I'm very sorry if I've offended you. Andrea with $10 says, I tuned in just as you called Phil Labonte a Vanilla Ice wannabe. So I just want to say I like you and I hope you have a nice day, even though you're a gay nerd. Andrea always gives me shit whenever I criticize anything Tim Pool related. What the fuck is a Phil Labonte? What if I like this guy now? What if I look up Phil Labonte and he ends up being a straight shooter? He seems like one of these opportunistic, grifty right-wingers. Oh, he's in the band All That Remains? Well, then who gives a fuck what he thinks? So he is a Vanilla Ice wannabe. He dresses like Vanilla Ice. All right, well then fine. He's a 50-year-old former rock star from All That Remains. And this is like when Bill Maher would do the show Politically Incorrect, and they'd be like, who do we have on the show? Chuck Schumer, Newt Gingrich, Hugh Grant. Fucking why? Like, why is Hugh Grant here? Hey, we have someone from the New York Post and the New York Times and the LA Times. Who else do you got for the show today? Rowdy Roddy Piper. There was, like, when they were on ABC, there was always that one person that never seemed to fit. Hey, and today we have from the Brookings Institute, Hugh Hewitt and blah, 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 blah. Oh, who's your other guest? You wouldn't believe it. Sarah Michelle Gellar. There was always that mainstream person they had to have in there. Bill went to HBO and he's like, here's a dork from this think tank. Here's a fucking nerd from this party. And here's a weird autistic retard. Welcome to the Bill Maher Show. And then he tried to have Ben Affleck on, and Ben Affleck went and made a fucking ass of himself in front of Sam Harris. JH says Phil Labonte is very cringe. Sam Show says Rockstar is stretching it. He's a Tim Pool second mic. Jim Sharkey, all that remains. Thought he was talking about Aaron's hairline. Hey-oh. Yeah. Do you see what he did there? By the way, Andrea, thank you for the $10. If I didn't thank you already, I appreciate that. 260 away from today. 200 would be nice to get to by 8 o'clock. You guys were under 300 by like 6:15. So I thought we could maybe do 200 by 7, but we might not even do 200 by 8. So this is kind of the theme. We're about an hour and a half in. We've been having a great fucking time. Everyone's having a blast on Steel Toe this morning. And now stupid money has to rear its ugly head in. You guys could all just throw money at it and we won't talk about it and we just keep going back to having fun. But now stressing me the fuck out. Let's go to the AOC clip. AOC is definitely doing well. She is not struggling with this administration. Does anyone else get the idea that these people are going to have a real rough road ahead of them, that like Democrats are not pacing themselves at all? Like they are just full on rage mode and angry and like kind of out of control of their own feelings. And we're not even 2 months in yet. Like, guys, take a fucking minute. Like, he hasn't even really dug in and done crazy shit yet. Like, so far, it's just he's doing some bookkeeping. He's doing some accounting. He's doing the shit with immigration you knew he was going to do right away. He was releasing some files. Like, he hasn't started gouging Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the military. He hasn't really started gutting stuff. He hasn't even released the Epstein files to get rid of all your bosses yet. So just, you guys went right to resistance and set Teslas on fire and fuck him and, you know, revolution, and like, pace yourselves. You've got a long way to go. AOC went on TikTok. For what reason, I have no fucking idea. She was just, I think it's self-soothing for a lot of them. And by the way, I just don't want to hear it anymore that AOC is somehow ugly or that AOC is somehow not attractive. She's fucking cute. Maybe I just have terrible taste, but I think she's adorable, AOC. I mean, I hate her personality, but I think she looks good. Let's see what she had to go live on TikTok for. I'm going to guess one of my top 3 guesses would be she can't even right now. Remember January 6th where she's like, oh my God, I was almost arred and killed. And she was like 2 blocks away, like in a different building.
Hey everyone.
Hi, Alexandria.
And, you know, to be honest, I'm not even sure why I'm popping on right now. Hey everybody.
Oh my God. Are we watching AOC turn into a Twitch streamer? Hey guys, I'm just hopping on. I don't know why I'm hopping on. I showed my $200,000 crypto wallet yesterday, and then I got held up at gunpoint, oddly enough. And, you know, nothing really happened, but now the police are looking into it, and it's totally real, you guys. It totally happened.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining. I mean, hey everyone.
Is she real?
I'm just popping on. And, you know.
Oh, I hate it when they do these and loop them. Like, why do you need to loop them? We got the first 30 seconds. So AOC is just, guys, I'm just hopping on. I don't know why. I promise you guys, look up the weather in DC yesterday. I guarantee you it was like cloudy and overcast. I'm thinking AOC was having a mid-30s white girl day. And I know she's not totally white. She's pretty much white. She was having an I can't even cloudy white girl day. Like her mug ran out of hot chocolate. And she was looking out the window and just a single raindrop fell. And Dido was playing in the background. And she's like, I'm going to pop on live. And it's not having a good me day today. God, lady, you're a congresswoman. Come on. Let's try to keep a little bit of control. Just a little bit of control would be nice, AOC. Gray Duckling with $5 says, be honest, you'd like her more if she was green colored. Green colored? Oh, this goes back to me saying that I didn't think Zoe Saldana was very hot, but Gamora was really hot to me. I don't know. I can't help it. Like, I'm not saying I'm normal. I'm just saying that when she's green, I find her hotter than when she's black. No, AOC, I like her skin tone. She's very cute. Dr. Silverwolf with $10 over on YouTube says 260, like the Objective 260, the test name to the Soviet IS-7 heavy tank, a continuation of the same line of design of the IS-3 heavy tank, fixing known issues with said design, such as thicker armor. What the fuck? Did Dr. Silverwolf just glitch out on us? I think he might have just glitched out on us. Thank you for the $10, pal. 250 away from today's goal. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We're getting back on track. Let's get that 50 in, and let's get ready to make that jump down to, back on track. I just don't see it. AOC looks like a fucking horse, says Sam Show. Okay, well, we just disagree. Honky says AOC is a Clydesdale. Chrissy Mayer is an Appaloosa. What? JH says AOC did once appear on a Hassan Piker stream. Oh, maybe that's where she learned it. Hi, guys. I'm just popping on. I'm just kind of sad today. I'm not feeling it. Oh, my God. Thank you for the super chats. That's amazing. Oh, God. Thank you so much. All right. Let's play Tetris. Let's go to 09 Canyon. Zoe Saldana is pretty. Her forehead is a little bulbous if you are looking for flaws, but I don't mind it. I mean, let's take a look one more time. Zoe Saldana. All right. I mean, it's all very poor man's Jada Pinkett in The Nutty Professor, if you ask me. But now, if we go Gamora from Guardians of the Galaxy, I don't know, man. I think she's hotter green. I'm tired of people telling me that that's racist. I'll fuck the green one, thanks. Especially the way her ass looks in that costume. I'm not into the, white girl first time at a music festival look, but, everybody goes through phases. Look at her. Look at the green one. She's so cute. This is when she finds out you ran out of Molly. It's too bad. It's day 3 of the festival. She's just a little on edge. I don't know. The green one's just cuter to me. That's a problem. I should probably pull up, huh? Should probably pull up. Renegger says the green one helps you forget she's black. That's not what it is. I'm not saying that it's the blackness that is unattractive. If anything, I'm technically being more progressive because she's even more colored. I don't think you're supposed to say color. Honky says, Aaron, Frank Oz isn't fuckable until he puts the Kermit Muppet on his hand. Oh, shit. STDS says, hey, guys, just popping on. Fed up Elon has found my Swiss bank accounts. I'm real poor right now. Might go back to the bar. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, buddy. JH says, Aaron, now more, who's more attractive, Julia Stiles or Elisha Cuthbert? Elisha Cuthbert by a fucking mile. Julia Stiles has a weird face. I feel dirty when I say shit like that because I'm a hideous fucking guy. I don't like going like, oh, your face. You know that famous actress lady from the 90s? Her face doesn't look right. I mean, yeah, I'm overweight with a shitty hairline, but, you know, she doesn't look right, man. She just looks fucked up. I'm a fucking nerd. Honest to God. All right, guys, 250 away from knocking it out. We're almost at 8 o'clock. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Time to ruin the show. Time to ruin the show with that part. Thank you guys very much. Root says Elijah Cuthbert and the girl next door. Man, that scene where she bends over on the bed. Goddamn. I know. And you can't fully enjoy it because she's like so clearly fucking with the guy because she's mad at him. Because he found out she was a porn. Like, what she liked about him was that he didn't know that she was a porn star. He wasn't whacking off as much as his buddies. And so she was like, oh, God, a new start? That would be so nice. That's what I came here for. And then he takes her to a cheap hotel to fuck her because his high school buddies tell him that's what you should do. And then she finds out about it, and she's like, oh, is this what you want? And you're like, well, not if you're just going to do that. You know? It gets to that part in the movie. And you always just go, I mean, not if it, I mean, still kind of, yeah, but I mean, not like, God damn it. One of my favorite parts of that movie is where Timothy Olyphant just starts punching the shit out of, oh, God damn it. The main character, not Elisha, Emil Hirsch. When Timothy Olyphant is like being all cool with Emil Hirsch, and you got to remember, this is like a 40-year-old man and an 18-year-old kid. And he's like, oh, yeah, you cool? You awesome? Boom, boom, boom. Then starts smacking him in the fucking head and jacking him in the face. And you're just like, Jesus, dude. Keep it together. Just beating the shit out of some teenager in his car. Yeah, Emil Hirsch. Thank you. Oh, we're doing an either or. I like this. Aaron, Rita Bennett in Dexter or Hannah from Dexter? Oh, Hannah. I'm a Hannah guy. I like Rita. If we're playing fuck, marry, kill, I marry Rita. But you wanted to fuck Hannah. You just didn't want to take any flowers from her. Because that bitch would fucking kill you. That Hannah from Dexter. But Rita was a sweetheart. Show went downhill after she died. There's no debating that. As Jerry Burns once said, no fucking question about that. No fucking question about that. She was a winner. The show went downhill after John Lithgow had to kill her in the bathtub. Motherfucker. I would fuck Hannah, marry Rita, and kill Layla. Let's go with that. Yeah, that would be my Dexter fuck, marry, kill. Nah, I'd fuck Dokes. Of course I wouldn't. Of course I wouldn't. All right, guys. Let's get into some shit. We're obviously going to fail today. It's not going to work out. We've got what? A 6 week. I mean, if we make it through today and tomorrow and we hit the goal, we got 6 weeks of perfection because I ain't worried about the evening show crowd. But we're 260 away and it's about 8 o'clock. And of course, it's going to have to get beggy until we get back on track again. So I have had a lot of fun so far on today's show, but the fun's about to fucking die unless we can start making a little move here. 5 or 10 at a time. A lot of people have been very generous and very cool. Let's hit that PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo. Click the links in the chat. What do you say? 250 is the number right now. All right, let's go into this Senator Eichhorn, not Einhorn, Senator Eichhorn arrest. 2 days ago, Monday, Senator Justin Eichhorn was arrested for solicitation of a 16-year-old girl for prostitution in Bloomington, Minnesota. And, you know, Democrats obviously are calling for him to step down. I think he should. I think the Democrats are right on this one. The problem is the balance of power in the Minnesota Senate is so fragile that the Republicans don't want to lose. And you'll also have to have a special election to replace the guy. And when the last Grand Rapids is a pretty Republican place, but when the last Republican was trying to pick up a 16-year-old, I feel like that's going to have an impact on voter interpretation of the party. Let's see, Minnesota Senate balance of power. I don't know how many seats it is, but here we go, party control. As of March 19th, there are 23 Republican trifectas, 15 Democratic trifectas, and 12 divided governments as neither party holds trifecta. I don't give a fuck. Can we please go with Minnesota? Can you just tell me the senators, please? Minnesota party control by year. I don't give a fuck. Please just give me. Why do these nerds have to get so crazy? Let's just go Senate. Oh, here we go. Special election. Doran Clark on January 28th won the special election in District 60. He was sworn in on February 3rd. That would mean the DFL has a one-person lead in the House. Now, as far as the Senate goes, this is fucking obnoxious. You just fucking tell me what the deal is. Balance of power uncertain. Legislature begins under unusual. Jesus fucking Christ. Minnesota State Senate. 34-33 in favor of Republicans. Thank you. Appreciate that. So 34-33. So the Republicans don't want to give up this seat that this guy holds because then you'd be back to even and the Republicans would control absolutely nothing in Minnesota government. And they just worked their ass off in the last election to get a majority in the Senate. And then this fucking asshole has to go and get arrested for being a pedo creep. Let's go ahead and get the story.
Wanted to get in some developing news here that they just brought out to me from the newsroom. So this is a City of Bloomington information release that I'm just going to kind of read as I'm reading it in real time here. I'm just going to read kind of from the release so I get it right.
Is this what I sound like when I'm hemming and hawing and stammering, muttering, suffering prick? Trying to read you guys breaking news? Holy shit, I'm insufferable.
40-year-old Grand Rapids man in custody today following his arrest for allegedly soliciting a minor for prostitution. And it appears as though the man is identified as Justin David Eichhorn of Grand Rapids.
Who also goes by Justin Finkel. Finkel is Eichhorn. Eichhorn is Finkel, if you didn't know.
Who is also a state senator in the state of Minnesota. So let me read through this. Bloomington Police Department detectives communicated with this man who thought he was talking to a 16-year-old female. On March 17th, a detective arranged to meet with the male at a location, Normandale in Bloomington. So again, the male identified as Justin Eichhorn, age 40 of Grand Rapids, observed arriving in the area.
Holy shit, can we do a thing where we let this woman read this 2 or 3 times and then we go to breaking news and put her live on the air? Because this is painful to watch. Again, it's the guy. Read the shit on the fucking paper. You know what she's doing? She's scanning ahead for party. She's scanning ahead to see if there's anything. Like Fox 9 is a pretty dog shit news organization. And she's reading ahead. Well, just read that. If it's breaking news, just read the breaking news. She's looking ahead to see if there's any agenda breaking stuff in there. You know, one of our listeners was saying this morning, they're like, well, Aaron, it was a cop that was pretending to be a minor. Isn't that entrapment? If it is, fuck him. I don't care. If it's entrapment, then entrap him all day long. Because, you know, if this guy thought he was talking to a 16-year-old and he was going to meet them for sex, then throw the book at him. You know, there's some kinds of entrapment, like somebody brought up the Michigan mayor thing or the Michigan governor thing. Yeah, that's entrapment. Randy Weaver, that's entrapment. But this was a guy who fully thought he was talking to someone, fully thought he was doing something illegal, followed through with it, did it anyway. When I think of entrapment, I think of the law like baiting you into breaking the law in a way that you didn't know you were doing. I don't think of entrapment as, hey, I totally know this is illegal what I'm doing. I'm going to fucking do it anyway. I don't give a shit, and I'm going to meet up with this person, and then it turns out to be the cops. That's not the cops making you break the law. You could have said, you're 16, get the fuck away from me, you weirdo. Where are your parents? You didn't have to go, yeah, fucking 16 sounds like a party. Ugh. He deserves to get arrested. As far as should he step down? Yes. he should step down. Absolutely, he should step down. Yeah, Renegger saying in the chat, she sounds like Aaron when he doesn't read his prep. Okay, I had an idea that was the case, and now it's confirmed. One person, that's all I need to hear it from. B1 says, entrapment only occurs when law enforcement instructs someone to commit a crime that the individual would otherwise not have committed. This guy was going to do this. Fuck you, dude, with $5. Says, for that Dokes line, I choked on my coffee. Thank you. This show's not for everyone, but it's for someone. It's for someone. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Also, Rebecca, who is very generous to this program, throwing us $10. Thank you. Guys, let's rally for people like Rebecca, who are always so generous to this show. 2:35 away from today. 7 minutes until 8. For once, morning crowd, let's stay ahead of the fucking hangman. Let's not make this 2 hours of, come on, guys, I know you can do it. I love you guys. You're so great. You can do it. Let's do it evening show style and just do the fucking thing. Hit like, hit subscribe, throw in a few bucks, gift some memberships, have some fun with it. 2:35 away from today. Get under 200 in the next 5 minutes. Let's fucking go. 2:35 is your number. Let's go to Mussolini Diff with $2 says, congrats on finding the gateway to being a furry. No, liking Gamora is not, it's not going to turn into anything, I promise. J.A. with $2 over on YouTube. Thank you. And Adam Simon with $2, both of them saying Slayer in their contribution. STDS says that lady just has to say 200 left in the goal. If that lady's only 200 away from her goal, she's certainly doing a lot better than we are. Good for her if she's only 200 away from the goal. I support her efforts. So I'm not going to struggle through her continuing to read this. We have a state senator. He was arrested for soliciting a minor. And to be honest, if he doesn't step down, that is 100% the Republicans putting their party over what's right. And that's fucked up. I think you might be able to win a special election if you come out strong and go, this guy's a piece of shit. We're throwing him to the wolves. He's out. Don't do the Frank Langella and Frost Nixon thing where you go, I cut off one arm and then I cut off the other and I'm not a good butcher. Don't do that. Speaking of Minnesota felons in lawmaking, the anti-gun lawmaker who broke into somebody's house and caused all sorts of burglary trouble for the Democratic Party, sounds like she's getting a second felony charge. Let's take a listen.
Last year, where an anti-gun Democratic lawmaker broke into her stepmother's house, attempted to steal some stuff, got caught, and then tried to say that she had gone there at 4 a.m. and broken into the house and then hid in the basement while dressed in solid black because she was concerned about her stepmother's dementia.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I always dress in robber clothes and break into houses when I'm worried about people. I like to give them more to worry about. It's called immersion therapy.
A big push by the Democrats in Minnesota not to have Senator Nicole Mitchell punished for her actions because they didn't want to lose her Senate seat and their chance of passing gun control bills. Well, Mitchell is back, and once again, Minnesota Democrats have voted to keep her in office even as she faces additional felony charges.
Jesus.
Hello.
So you're breaking in and robbing your stepmom.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
How long ago was this one? One day. Oh, this is yesterday, so this is fresh. God damn. It's almost like these two parties have to out piece of shit each other. It's like they can never enjoy the other side fucking up for more than 24 hours because they got to get their fucked up shit in.
Back to the channel to really get into the meat and potatoes of this story.
Meat and potatoes. I
You're
love
gonna
meat
need a
and
little
potatoes.
recap. So, last April, Minnesota police got a call around 4:45 a.m. from Mitchell's stepmother.
The last April cost me a fucking fortune. Are you? Oh. You know what I thought about yesterday? And this one actually got to me. This one I went, Aaron, you fucking moron. I thought about what if you had just April kept working her job and like you're supposed to. And I hadn't been a retard and just spent a fortune on hiring her, like breaking the company's budget to hire her because she would give me sad puppy dog eyes about her job and how much she loved doing this. What if I had given some of that money to Corey and just said, Corey, you're the full-time co-host? And it was just Aaron and Corey doing Steel Toe every day. I save a little money. Corey's making a good wage, good living. And Steel Toe just rolls on as the Aaron and Corey show. I bet it's in a better place. I bet it's doing a little bit better than where it went,
Saying that she tripped over a burglar lying on the floor by her bed, and that the burglar, whom she assumed was male, then ran down the stairs to the basement. Police showed up and found Mitchell in the basement, dressed all in black with a flashlight covered in a black sock and a backpack full of her stepmother's property wedged into a basement window.
Oh, well, she just didn't want the stepmom with dementia to get a hold of any of the sharp objects that she had in there and hurt herself. This sounds like a right-wing conspiracy to me.
She admitted to getting into the house via that basement window and told them that she'd broken in to get some of her late father's belongings, including his ashes. She said that this was because her stepmother wasn't speaking to her at the time. Mitchell's father had died the year before and left everything to his wife of 45 years.
So her stepmom was around forever. Like, they were married for 45 years. Of course he's going to leave everything to her. I don't know. This sounds like we got a crazy bitch. This doesn't. And the Democrats won't cut her loose. And the Republicans are trying really hard. Like, it's been 2 days. If that fucker who tried to pick up the 16-year-old, if he's not cut loose by the Republicans today, that's fucked up.
So it's not like this was some gold digger lady that showed up, a year before he died. Mitchell was arrested and charged with first-degree felony burglary. At the time, there was only 1 month left in the legislative session. Republicans called for her resignation, but she refused to resign, and Democrats did not issue any discipline beyond stating that she had to go to her votes in person, as they only had a 1-seat margin and were afraid her absence would stop them from being able to pass bills. Republicans filed an ethics complaint and tried to speed up the investigation, which Democrats also refused. Mitchell, meanwhile, went on to Facebook and tried to do some damage control, saying that she had taken the 3.5-hour drive to her stepmother's house to conduct a 4 a.m. wellness check.
So she left at 12:30, 1 in the morning, to drive up to her stepmother's place because she was concerned about her dementia. Oh, boy. The scent of bullshit is getting stronger and stronger.
Over her Alzheimer's. She denied stealing. And even if that were true...
All right, now we're just going to get into this woman doing spazzy Aaron Imholt commentary, so don't worry, guys. I can take it from there. Thank God neither of them want to cut the... And then, this goes right back to... You're not allowed to wonder why none of us trust you. You're not allowed to wonder why those of us who don't identify as Republican or Democrat, like, hey, why can't you pick a side? Oh, I don't know, because a lot of the times when it comes to really important stuff, you guys are the same piece of shit. This woman trying to rob from her infirmed, senile stepmother, and this guy trying to pick up a 16-year-old for sex. Yeah, fuck them both. No, don't. Pump. That's not. I meant in the vernacular of our time, not in the. A pox on both their houses. How's that? You wonder why we sit here and go, we don't trust either of you. It's because you literally do the same things. You literally do exactly the same shit. And again, this woman robs her stepmother. And the Republicans are like, shame on you, Democrats, for not kicking her out of the Senate. All right, well, first of all, easy there, Mr. Justice. You only want her gone because she's a Democrat and you want a better split in the Senate. No, we would never do that. All right, well, you got a senator who just got arrested for picking up a 16-year-old. Oh, fuck. I'm sure you're going to ask for him to resign. Well, we would, but boy, do we need the facts of the whole thing first. Okay. All right. $7.99 from Coltrane says that senator should change parties and the Dems will try and normalize his disgusting behavior. I don't know. He seems to be surviving pretty well as a Republican at this point. Thank you for the $7.99. Thank you for all the $2 drops in YouTube as well. 225 away from today. It's 8:03, so we fucking missed. It's 225. It's 8:03. Can you get it down to 100 by 9? That would be really great. It's the third straight morning of doing this. It's fun. It's still just a fucking great time for me. It's just such a weird juxtaposition because you guys have like 3 times the audience of the evenings, and they're $50 ahead for tonight, by the way. So, if you feel like throwing in to this show that's been fucking cruising for 2 hours and having a great time instead of it turning into the Aaron fucking please throw us more money 2 hours, we could all just throw in a little bit. This would be painless for everybody, and we could just knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, Venmo. Go ahead and throw in. And let's, Renegger says this is funnier. Yeah, for you. For you. It's not, makes me feel like I don't really do an actual show, which is probably not far off. All right, we got one more Minnesota story. I'm yelling. See, I'm yelling now because I'm elevated, because I'm, this shit again. Just knock it out. Guys, it would take like 5 minutes and then no more of this shit. Minneapolis data details cost of homeless encampment closures. So this is funny. You know how you have all these tent cities popping up in big cities? Minneapolis has a bunch of them. Minneapolis didn't do shit to clean up homelessness. I mean, Jesus Christ, we let part of the city get burned to the ground and we didn't so much as lay a finger on anybody. You think we're going to do anything about a few Coleman tents going up and a bunch of heroin addicts sleeping in them? No, they didn't. So it got so bad that they decided, all right, we're going to close some of these homeless encampments. What happened was a lot of these drug addicts were burning down the encampments and harming property, and the city started to go, well, I guess we have to do something. They didn't want to. They had to. Well, now they're coming out and they're going, guys, we have to inform you how much it costs to close these homeless encampments. Like now, all of a sudden, the city of Minneapolis is worried about how much shit costs. They're not worried about the cost of the property damage. They're not worried about, the cost to the city of people who won't fucking go down there because these bums are all over the place. No, only once they have to lift a finger and actually do something, or they might lose votes from the schizophrenics that vote Democrat as the people in these homeless encampments. Thanks for the free Narcan. Only once they have to kick them out somewhere, only then do they come to us with the receipts. Oh, and by the way, cleaning squatters out from public places and cleaning bums off the street so we have a better quality of life, that is part of the things we pay our taxes for. So I don't care what it costs you. That's what the money is for, as Don Draper would say. Let's go ahead and hear the sad song about how much it costs to clean up the homeless encampments.
The first time Minneapolis city leaders say their homeless response team is fully staffed. The city's HRT team is made up of 6 individuals who crisscross the city to help the homeless find housing and resources.
Oh, good. So they're going to go, oh, it's so expensive to do this. Right, because our solution was hire a bunch of garbage men, pay them a little bit of overtime, and shut this shit down and throw all this garbage in a trash compactor and crush it. That was our solution. You guys are employing a bunch of people in khakis who are going to ask everybody about their mental health. I don't give a shit. Send them packing. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And we're not the minute you guys pitch a tent, we're setting it on fire. Get the fuck out of Dodge. Not here. That's the message that should be sent. But, well, we had to hire a bunch of new government workers because that's a Democratic response to everything. Let's throw a bunch of money at it. Let's give people public sector jobs that don't produce a fucking dime. So we had to hire a bunch of people in khakis, and khakis aren't cheap like jeans. We We had to hire the khaki people. They had to go talk to the homeless peoples about their fee-fees. But then we had to ask them quietly to move the tent somewhere else. And then we tried to let them know about other housing options. And boy, they were really responsive until we told them that they had to stay clean to do it. Then all of a sudden they just started laughing at us. I don't understand. It must be an inside joke in the homeless community. Yeah, it is an inside joke in the homeless community. It's called sobriety. Let's go ahead and find out. Let's hear the sad song they're singing to taxpayers because the city has to do their fucking job.
New data released today shows Minneapolis closed down 17 encampments in the last half of 2024.
Good.
In addition to several smaller homeless gatherings this year.
Good.
The city does not allow for encampments by ordinance, but that does not mean that they are immediately cleared out.
Now, what they're trying to say is the city does not allow encampments by ordinance, meaning, but they don't enforce the thing. Just like under the law, spitting in public is not allowed.
In fact, Minneapolis is currently monitoring 23 encampments, totaling approximately 51 people.
And it's just fucking, it's hopeless junkies. Like, it's just seeing zombies when they close their eyes junkies. And they just let them sit there. And they think that's the compassionate thing to do. They think people like us are the big meanie heads. We're the ones going, hey, can we make this livable for the citizens and the taxpayers who want to be productive and not have them have to feel like they're in baby Kensington when this shit goes on? That would be nice. Oh, you guys are so mean. Oh, yeah, you know what? You're right. It's a lot more compassionate to just leave these fucking paranoid schizophrenics with a drug problem on the streets. That's really the nice liberal thing to do.
Only one encampment that has even more than 10 people. Otherwise, they're much smaller, less than 5 people. So we're collectively just keeping an eye on all of them, offering services and doing outreach to every single one of them.
You know how much easier it is to shut these encampments down when they're 5 people? Let's get on it, boys and girls. Let's clean up the city. Let's make it somewhere you'd be proud to live.
In hopes that they'll take us up on shelter. There's plenty of shelter space for everybody that wants it.
Right, but what are one of the standards that you have for shelters? No drugs, no booze. They don't want to live in a place where there's no drugs and booze. I'm tired of this idea that all these people in these encampments are just salt of the earth, nice people who fell on hard times. A lot of them are junkies who don't want help. Cut them the fuck loose. There's nothing we can do for them. They have to do for themselves. Make the city a decent place to do commerce. Fuck all this other shit.
Neighbors of some...
Look at that. You're going to leave these fucking conked out junkies. Look at this guy over here. You think this is compassion? You think this is humanitarian? Jesus.
Of these homeless encampments have raised public safety and livability issues around the gathering spots. Fires and crime have also been an issue.
Yeah.
The Minneapolis City Council recently passed an ordinance demanding more thorough accounting and data sharing about the current homeless situation and decisions made around closing encampments.
I bet you those police officers who are around those encampments look at each other and go, if they gave us the go-ahead, we could have this thing taken care of in no time. They won't let us. Let's go to Silverwolf with $2. Says 225, like the Objective 225, the experimental Russian light tank with a unmanned turret and a multi-purpose main gun firing multiple shell types and anti-tank missiles. Thank you for taking the goal number. And Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 says Star Tribune. Yeah, we just talked about the Icorn thing. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says that link is saying GOP leaders are saying that creep should resign. Okay, good. So the Republicans are saying that guy should resign. Can they kick him out or no? I'm guessing if they're loudly saying, hey, this guy should step down, he should resign, he should get the fuck out. I'm guessing that means the Republicans don't have the authority to just unilaterally remove an elected official. Not until he's convicted of a crime, I would suppose. All right. Well, then I guess they're doing, I'll let the Republicans off the hook on that one. At least they're saying he should resign. And if that's all they can do, then that's all they can do. But if they can do more, they should do more. That guy should be out of there. 225 away from today's goal. 225. We are behind. Wanted to be 200's where we need to be by 8 o'clock. So we are 12 minutes and $25 behind. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. Like, this is on, right? This thing on? Good. About 800 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. We can do this. By the way, 875 was our peak today. I appreciate that. Nice numbers. Evening show does it with 350 people. So I think we can do this. However you want to do it, throw in a few bucks. This is, let's be very clear. This is pathetic. This is sad. This is a pathetic thing to do. And it does. If it had to be that way, then I would be like, well, you got to do what you got to do. It doesn't need to be this way. You guys have got this. You've shown for years and years now. You've got this. Be one of the people who doesn't usually chip in and be like, you know what? It probably is my turn to not make everybody else do the heavy lifting. Look, if you don't have money, I don't want you giving me money you don't have. If that's the case, hit the thumbs up, hit the like, hit subscribe, share the show, do all the free things that help us out. Thank you, guys. Camo Girl with $4.99. See? Just a few more of you doing that. We got this thing. 220 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Now, see? That wasn't painful at all. Camo Girl feels good. Camo Girl's happy about what she just did. You guys can do the same thing. Let's Venmo, PayPal, and Streamlabs it up. And let's call it another win for the toe. What do you say? All right, I'm going to go off to the next thing now. I'm not going to babysit the goal. You guys do the rest. Did you hear this news yesterday? I hope this is true, but this might just be some Twitter bullshit. Diddy reportedly kept damaging footage of Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, according to a source close with Diddy. Now, I'm going to tell you, I do have a theory I'm working with, and that theory is that maybe P. Diddy became the new Epstein. Because when did they start talking about these Diddy parties? Was it around like 05, 06, 07, 08? Because remember, Epstein went to jail in like 08, 09. And then he couldn't keep doing all the Epstein shit. But if P. Diddy started having these parties around 05, 06, 07, somewhere like all these accusations started coming out then, I mean, we're talking about, there's a reason they want him in prison and they want him quiet. Is because he knows who the big guns are that were going to his parties. We're talking, I mean, people have alleged Jay-Z. If Jay-Z was there, that means major record executives were there. Probably big names in Hollywood were there. Huge names in politics. He was going to be the new intelligence asset for America, Israel, whoever, who was going to get the goods and the dirt on everyone, so they played ball with the shadow government, with the powers that be. We have a video of old Barack Obama that he probably doesn't want to exist anymore.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Thank you. And I just want to say how much I appreciate Puff Daddy for doing the kinds of work that he's doing.
By the way, I forget about it all the time, and I don't dislike Barack Obama. I really don't. Aaron, his wife has I know. I don't dislike Obama, but goddamn, that black affect he put on his voice when he was around black dudes is fucking embarrassing. Bro, you're a white nerd from Hawaii who's got a black dad. Let's fucking chill. You know, I think this country is a great country, and I speak to the better angels in this country when I say that I think we're doing wonderful things. That's how you talk. I want to thank Puff Daddy for doing all the shit he's doing. He's my... Like, it's almost condescending to black people when you do that. Like, it's almost like a half-white guy is doing blackface when he does that shit.
For doing the kinds of work that he's doing, because he doesn't have to do this. But this is part of what is important about giving back.
Since we applaud you, and I want to apologize for not sweating, but I do this so much. I'm so cool. I just want y'all to see everybody I'm interviewing is sweating. I'm not even touching my brow. I'm so cool.
And this is what, 2008? So Diddy was throwing parties where they were lubing up and doing all kinds of dirty, nasty, illegal shit. with the baby oil and the under it. Yeah. So this is around the yeah. Was Obama at a Diddy party? That wouldn't surprise me. I'm gonna go on record as saying that they wanted Diddy to be the new Epstein, and he took that on, and now they snaked him because maybe that some stuff was starting to get out. Diddy wasn't being careful, whatever. You betray the system, they cut you off.
And I want to apologize. I ain't trying to.
They did it to Epstein. I mean, they sold Epstein down the river and ultimately killed him. And I'm sure they're going to say, look, dude, your family can, the powers that be are going to say, Diddy, you say you did all this shit. You don't name any names. You keep all of our names out of your fucking mouth, and we will let your children keep the money. If you name one of us to try and save your ass, we will make sure your kids grow up fucking destitute. We will make sure that your family is sent right back into poverty. I don't do the whole, oh yeah, we'll murder you. I don't think they're going to murder his whole family. I think they'll kill him. I don't know if Diddy can save his own life at this point. But like if he did become the new Epstein, right now it's you shut your fucking mouth and you take the fall for this, or we're going to make sure your family goes broke. Your money will disappear.
Make you look bad or nothing like that, but I'm just so cool. We
T-shirt. I tell you, if he was wearing one of those fancy designer clothes he's designing, he'd be sweating just like me.
Yeah, that yo what it is, daddy-o jive that Obama would do when he got around black people is just fucking embarrassing. It was weird. But that's the kind of shit that I don't think people want, like Obama want out there right now. Like, hey, is there any way we can fucking delete all that shit? Yeah, no wonder Obama was sweating bullets. He knew what Diddy was up to. That's why he was around him just pouring sweat, and Diddy was cool as a cucumber. Yo, I hear when you sweating, if you rub some of my P. Diddy baby oil up on your forehead, you won't be sweating no more. Hey, Mikey with $1. Thank you very much. Thermodyne with $5. Thank you, buddy. I want to see some new names up there. Let's go. Thermodyne with $5 says, let's go, people, $. MN Vikings with $1.99. Says Vikings came out and said, not interested in Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, I kind of knew that they weren't interested in Aaron Rodgers. It's J.J. McCarthy time, and I think they've been on that train for a while now. But there were some people who just wanted to keep that Aaron Rodgers shit alive, and I don't know. I never bought it. I didn't think we wanted the cancer that came with Aaron Rodgers. It's not like the Brett Favre thing. Although this offseason is starting to mirror the 2000 offseason where we drafted Dante Culpepper in 99 in the first round with like the 11th pick. And we lost Jeff George, who had a good year in 99. It was kind of a Sam Darnold situation. Jeff George was spent. He was a bust. And he resurrected his career in Minnesota. And Dennis Green went, it is the Dante Culpepper era in Minnesota. And he went, hey, Jeff, you think you could re-sign here in Minnesota? He's like, nah, Washington's going to give me a fuck ton of money. All right. It is the Dante Culpepper era here in Minnesota. And then he went, and then Denny Green, people forget about this, called Dan Marino. It's like, Dan, how about one more year? What do you say, Dan? Come on over to Minnesota, throw to Randy Moss. We got Randall McDaniel. We got lots of great offensive linemen. We'll win you a Super Bowl. Come on, Dan. Dan's like, nah, I don't want to come to Minnesota. All right, it's Dante Culpepper's team. Dante's got this thing. And Dante ended up doing a fantastic job in 2000. And like I said last night, I don't remember how that season ended. I'm terribly sorry. MN Vikings with 199 says Rodgers would have been toxic in the locker room. I agree. That's the main reason why I didn't want him. That and him being 41 years old and just, too fucking aged, man. To really be as effective. Like, a lot of people hear Aaron Rodgers and they think like, oh man, Aaron Rodgers, you mean like from 2018? No, from when he was 40 and blew out his Achilles. That Aaron Rodgers. All right, guys, before we switch to the next thing, 2:15 away. Falling further and further behind with each minute. Thank you for those of you who are rallying. I appreciate that you're doing that for us. That's really nice. let's just drop this thing down. Let's get ourselves on pace to keep this thing perfect. You know you can. You know we're capable. Throw in a few bucks. Don't wait for someone else. Someone else will do it. No. Especially if you watch the show every day and you love it and you got a few bucks to throw our way. Support what you're watching because that is the only way we stay on. Those goals are what keeps us going, getting them down to zero. And the earlier we get them down, the more of a show we can do. And we appreciate you for that. So become part of it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Let's go, baby. Let's go. This is, we haven't done, I don't think we've done a View segment this entire week. Chuck Schumer was on The View. Monica, thank you for the $1 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. Every little bit helps. Chuck Schumer was on The View, and Chuck's under a little bit of criticism right now because he's really old and he sucks shit at his job and nobody believes in him anymore. So Chuck Schumer went on The View to kind of justify the fact that he totally caved to Trump on this spending bill when Democrats wanted him to fight back against Trump. The criticism has gotten so bad of him and people dislike him so much and his approval ratings are so low that he canceled his recent book tour. He's writing a book, guys, on anti-Semitism and how bad that is. So I hope you guys aren't being anti-Semitic today or ever, because that ain't nice. Chuck Schumer's writing a book on it. Apparently people rolled their eyes and went, oh, we fucking get it. And he canceled his book tour. Well, he went on The View yesterday, and he had some news for those of you who like Doge and those of you who like all this cutting government spending talk we've been doing the last 2 months. He's got some news for you taxpayers who think you should get some kind of a tax cut. Chuck Schumer's about to set you guys straight. You know, people wonder why the Democrats aren't popular and why they're not doing well. I bet you it has nothing to do with the fact that they seem to have nothing but disdain for middle-class taxpayers and their plight. Let's go ahead and check on old Chucky Schumer.
And you know what their attitude is? I made my money all by myself. How dare your government take my money from me? I don't want to pay taxes. Or, I built my company with my bare hands. How dare your government tell me how I should treat my customers, the land and water that I own?
That's correct. Like, this is the weird disconnect between normal people and Democrats, and this is part of the problem they're having. You say that in a mocking tone, but if you said that in an I mean it tone, more people would fucking vote for you. You understand you're mocking the very thing that's winning. Oh, I built my own business. The government shouldn't take out my money. If Chuck Schumer would come out and say that straight up like he meant it, everyone would go, hey, this Chuck Schumer guy ain't so bad. Maybe I'll think of casting my vote for him. But instead he goes, I did my company by myself. Government can't tell me what to do. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, Chuck, but this is the United States of America. A lot of people feel that way. And look, you can think it's shitty. You can think it's bad and awful. Then you probably have to stop being an elected official because you can't show open disdain for the people of this country and then ask for their vote. This isn't American Idol. Well, I guess it kind of is. Nice to see him wearing only one flag lapel pin, though. That's nice. They're getting a little better at that, I suppose.
Or my employees. They hate government. Government's a barrier to people. A barrier to stop them from doing things. They want to destroy it. We are not letting them do it, and we're united.
Okay, good.
We're not letting them. Yeah, that's right. Mock the taxpayers. Talk about how I just want to keep more of my own money. And then at the end go, we're going to stand up and fight against that kind of tyranny and we're going to shut them down. Like, what? So first you're going to mock them and then you're going to go and fuck them. We'll fight back. Whoa. Dude. By the way, acting like you're entitled to everybody else's financial accomplishments, not exactly beating any of those stereotypes there, Chuck. Why don't they just fill up their coffers with what they make with their big fancy businesses? I could use more money in the government coffers. I have friends that I want to give explosives to that they can sell to the cartels. I mean, I want to send aid to the poor people of Ukraine. God, Chucky. Just, the age limit stuff is for multiple reasons. One, you're old, your faculties go down, but also you just get this badly out of touch. Can't believe they don't want this guy going on a book signing tour and making speeches. Even the women of The View were like, they were even giving him the music. They're like, Chuck, why don't we, why don't we sit a couple of plays out? Why don't we go to commercial? Why don't we play some drug commercials and shit like Ozempic and stuff? And why don't you just take a breather? Why don't you sit the next couple of plays out, Chucky? Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, come on, fuck faces. You heard the toe earlier. Start paying up or we start doxing. Wait, what? No, hold on. Wait, no. Guys, Josh Denny fan, his blood sugar's low. $1 says, I'm not going to say who in the chat I Googled, but I got 2 words for you. Samuel Schoenstein. Come on. That's not... 191 Redbird with $1 says, thoughts on Diddy's lawyer being willing to represent bin Laden post 9/11 if we took him alive, saying he can no longer under any circumstances defend Diddy and still look at himself in the mirror. Well, at least bin Laden could explain to you why he did what he did, you know? You don't have to like it. But Ron Paul understood it. Yeah, I think Diddy's lawyer, look, I think it kind of backs my whole Diddy was the new Epstein thing. I think Diddy's lawyer found out from certain people on high that, like, hey, you're going to have a lot easier time going forward if you just drop this fucking asshole. Because we got your name on some shit. $1 from numero uno Josh Denny fan says, loosen those purse strings, Micah Busterberg. That's not a real person, numero uno Josh Denny fan. I really actually kind of enjoy this bit. But that is not a real person. You can stop. I told you Bo Beardington was a giant fan of the toe. Thanks for gifting a membership, buddy. 205 away from knocking it out today. Let's drop in some big ones. We're way behind. We're about $55 behind from where we normally should be. So let's go get it. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle with $5 says Chucky can go sucky. You got to admit that one's pretty good. Chucky can go sucky is pretty solid. Even 200 away from today's goal. Enough, guys. Let's cut this. Let's come on. $100 by 9 o'clock. Let's get a $100 rally going and let's call this a win for the toe. Enough is enough. You got this. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Boom. Links are in the chat. They're pinned to the top of the page. Let's do a show. That's what I want to do. I want to do a show. I don't want to sit here and please. We can do it. We've got this. Perfect week still going. 2 hours of fun and then 2 hours of begging is not the way we want to do this thing. So you're getting the best. Nobody better than me. Nobody better than this show. Keep firing it up. Let's do this thing. There goes the Celsius can, Mr. Best Show Ever. CNN White House correspondent Jeff Zeleny is reporting that President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin have agreed to a quasi-ceasefire in the Ukraine. What the fuck does that mean? What does quasi-ceasefire mean? That sounds fuck. You either got a ceasefire or you don't. You either ceased firing or you're still firing. A quasi-ceasefire means you're firing still. There is no ceasefire. I will say this. I think sometimes one of the biggest things about Trump is that he does not do himself any favors in the you're a Russian puppet category. Because he does seem to have an affinity for Vladimir Putin. And he does seem to be a little protective of Vladimir Putin. I don't think that Vladimir Putin is the biggest bad guy, according to Donald Trump. I think sometimes he runs a little bit of protection for old Vlad. I don't think he does himself any favors when people, oh, yeah, you're a Putin stooge. I don't think he's a Putin stooge, but I think he underestimates what a piece of shit Vladimir Putin is. Silverwolf with 210. Hey, Silverwolf, we're at 200 now, thank you. But he goes 210, like the Object 210 Russian experimental rear-turreted medium tank, featuring elements of the T-54-55 medium tanks and T-10 heavy tank with a 125-millimeter smoothbore cannon, never left the drawing board. Thank you. We're getting all of these Soviet-era weapons updates from Silverwolf every time we hit a certain milestone in the goal. Well, right now we're at 200, which is where we wanted to be at 8 o'clock. Now we want to be at 100 by 9. Let's move on this and get it done so we can get another win for the toe and just focus on doing a program here. The ceasefire stuff is to stop targeting infrastructure and energy. Oh, so you can still murder people. Look, man, I'm a capitalist. Always have been, always will be. But that is a funny thing about capitalism, isn't it? The value system of capitalism. Hey, look, we got to protect what's important in this partial ceasefire, okay? So no attacking infrastructure and energy. Can still kill people. It's no problem. You can still drop firebombs on human beings. That is totally fine. But don't go after the power plants. Don't go after the dams, okay? Those are very important and remarkably expensive to fix. What's that? Oh, those 18-year-old boys down there? Yeah, fucking light them up. I don't give a shit. But if you touch any power plants or dams, I'm going to be really fucking pissed off, Vlad. Renegger says it's funny how Trump is being nicer to the winning country. That's true. Russia is kicking Ukraine's ass. And Russia is being reserved. People forget that. Like, Russia is just going into that Donbass region and Donetsk and all those places. They could have kept pushing it west. They don't. It's all just kind of bogged down now. And I think Ukraine's going to have to get used to the idea of losing the Donbass region because those people don't want to be Ukrainian. They either want to be independent or they want to be Russian. And if they want to be independent, I'm telling you right now, they're going to end up Russian. And that's going to be part of the peace deal. And that's going to cause the media to go, Trump just gave land to Putin. Who is he, Neville Chamberlain all of a sudden? It's a little more complicated than that. But I do think I do think that Donald Trump makes it look like sometimes that he likes Vladimir Putin more than Zelensky. B1 says America dropped the biggest bomb ever used on some stupid in a cave. Putin doesn't want to mess with Trump. He will have the USSA and a big chunk of new land. Yeah, if he's nice, if he plays his cards right, he can get some new stuff. Bigot on socialist media says majority of Ukrainians only have like 3 to 6 hours of electricity every day. Oh, well, then I'd rather be bombed to death, too. B1 says Zelensky was the reason Trump got impeached. Yeah, I don't think Trump likes Zelensky very much. Not to mention Zelensky clearly, the main stooge in a money laundering operation for the Biden family. B1 says there will be a DMZ setup. There will be a 3-mile gap of land in between Russia and Ukraine. I mean, look, when you win a war, when you try to get it to stop and you get a peace treaty, you get to ask for shit. And that's kind of the stage that Russia is at right now. They're winning. And with them winning, they're going to get to ask for some land and some other shit. And no matter what happens, they're going to say that Trump bent the knee to Putin. It's like, well, how many hundreds of billions of dollars are we supposed to spend before we go, all right, this is fucked. Let's call it a day. Let's try to find a way out of this. Which, in my opinion, is what we should be doing. And that's what Trump's trying to do. But he's not going to be able to do that without being accused of totally surrendering to Putin. That's going to be the talking point that they go with. All right, guys, let's move it on here. Klopogram says, throw me your rubles on PayPal and Venmo. That's what I say. Ruble it up over on PayPal and Venmo. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1. Says, not going to say who this refers to, but Akiva Bapashabowitz and friends might be inclined to donate if you do a hype train with different music. 199 from Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, did you say don't mess with power plants and VDAM? No, not VDAM. The dams. The dams. Renegger says, Aaron thinks Ukrainians getting 6 hours of power is entitled. It's not what I said. I did not say that at all. All right, even 200 away from today. Let's rally up so we can get this under control here. Numero uno, let's see the music he wants me to play for a hype train. That... If that's not worth a couple of 20s, I don't know what is. Oh, looking at that. Look at that. Chatting on the porch with $20. Says another win for the toe. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Oh my God. For every 20, I'll keep playing. If Ava Nagila works, I'm a whore. For $20, I'll go dancing. Oy vey. Coltrane with $1 says no matter what Trump does, he has no way for Dems to not say he worked to help Putin. Outside of us getting into it and or Putin stepping down, he's in a no-win situation. Papa Shop says Aaron's grandfather was right. Hey, I just appreciate a $20 donation. That's all. I thank my fans for contributing to this program. I appreciate them, and I work hard for them. You've also noticed that my cadence has slowed down a little bit. I'm trying to hide the fact that I'm out of breath from that. The gym's going to be a bitch today. I haven't been there since like Thursday. Oh, boy. Well, guys, 180 away from today's goal. Fire up that PayPal and that Venmo and let's knock it out. Let's do some Jew dancing. What do you say? A little Jew dancing, why the hell not? Coltrane says, now I understand the Nazi. Oh, my God. How could you say such a thing? All right, well, you guys are dropping 20s on us on PayPal, Venmo, and Streamlabs. Links in the chat. Let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing, trucks and wreckers for just about every single type of vehicle. They've got you at All Care Towing, and nobody is quicker than All Care Towing. So check them out, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory, God, numero uno, you're on one today. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. You know, sometimes people go, Aaron, who are you looking at to the right? Who's there? Nobody. Sometimes I look over to my right to look out the window. It looks very nice. Sometimes I'm reading the chat while I'm doing live reads, and it totally fucks me up, so I look over this way. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, Derek and Tracy have the best stuff for personal protection, carry, hunting, sport, whatever you need. They've got it at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's midlandarmory.com. Visit them today online or in person. And if you have any questions, give them a call. They can answer whatever it is you need. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. I shouldn't have told you guys that. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Can opener. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Cheetos and the team at Stoney's have all the best theme nights for you. Like Thursday. No, I'm not. Thursday, $2.50 cans on Thirsty Thursday. Live music every weekend for you to go hang out and, have a great time with your friends and maybe meet some new friends at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go see Stoney's today. Enjoy. Have a pizza, have a beer, hang out with some friends, have a good time at Stoney's. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, play their tune and they appear. I believe in Joseph Hendriman. I don't believe there's a Jewish version of that song. Honky with $5 says, Trump offering the best cover advice. All right. Let's see. Now people in the chat are going, everyone call Aaron the gay F word to throw him off while he's doing reads. Can't thank you enough for all the support. I really can't. I wish you guys weren't funny. 175 away from today. Keep going. Let's get 75 bucks in the next 20 minutes and call this back on track. Silver Wolf with $1 says, I started a new workout, full pack, full ammo pouches, carrying my N1 over my head, do sit-ups and push-ups while in gear and carrying the rifle. Mile in full gear, it's kicking my ass, but I feel good. And here I thought doing 1-minute planks in between 3-minute boxing rounds was somehow impressive. Never mind. I'm a fucking pussy, apparently. Still pushing 800 people checking out the show at the moment, even as we head into the last hour. That's impressive. Thank you guys very much. Continue to hit like, continue to hit subscribe, and continue just supporting this wonderful program. Majority of America, you guys aren't going to believe this. Can you believe this new poll? I would have said that it was the complete opposite. Did you know that the majority of Americans don't want to hear their favorite celebrities' political opinions? I had to put the headline in the chat because I didn't think you'd believe it. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't cast a goddamn vote until I hear what Alec Baldwin has to say. Majority of Americans don't want to hear their favorite celebrities' political opinions. You know, if I worked for that polling agency and I was recently told no to a raise, and then I found out that they were spending money on this horse shit, I'd quit and protest. Hey, can I get another $300-400 a month? You know, I've been working really hard, doing a lot of informational stuff. No, you can't have a raise of $300 to $400 a month. All right, fine. Now go work on this poll we just contracted for a bunch of money. What is it? You got to go ask people if they want to hear political opinions out of celebrities. Oh, fuck you, I quit. I don't understand. Why did they leave over that one? I just simply don't get it. Apparently, 64% of 2,000 Americans surveyed examined the thoughts and opinions on celebrities and politics. 2/3 would not want to know their favorite celebrity's political affiliation. And, you know, 22% said they'd be happy to know their favorite celebrity's political affiliation. Here's the problem. What's happened more often? Have you more often heard about your favorite celebrity's political affiliation or their political positions and gone, man, I like that guy more now. He's really cool. Or have you seen a celebrity you really liked, heard a political take of theirs and went, oh, fuck, it's harder for me to like them now? For me, it's mostly been the latter. You know, like I like the work Ben Affleck's done. I really do. But listening to him talk about politics, I'd honestly rather run my nuts through a cheese grater for an hour. It's painful to listen to. But God, when you don't know what their politics are, when you have no idea how they vote or what they think or anything, it's the best feeling in the world. Like the fact that people still can't nail down what the political identity of the South Park guys is shows what a good show they do, because they do political commentary. They do satire, social satire. And people are still like, I think they're Republican. And then other people, I think they're Libertarian. And I think they're Democrat. It's like, that's good. That's the way I want to feel about my celebrities, is that I have no fucking idea. I have no clue. But the problem is society will bully these famous people into like taking a stand. Like I think Taylor Swift, I don't think she wanted to be political whatsoever, but I think she's got crazy psychotic fans. I think she's got hundreds of millions of followers. And so the powers that be were like, we need you to make a position clear. We need you to tell your fans to be a certain way. We need your influence, Taylor. And she got caught up in it. Because I think for most of her career, she kind of stayed out of politics. And that was good. You didn't know. Especially when you're doing country music. You don't need those fucking people going all, you don't know, you saw what they did to the Dixie Chicks. I mean, steer clear. The Renegger with $1 with the gay F word. Hey, Renegger, just nice to see you supporting the show. Appreciate it. Pizza Shit with $1.99 says Ben Affleck is political. Oh, yeah. You've never seen Ben Affleck try to like defend Islam on Bill Maher's show? It's widely considered one of the most cringe moments in all of television history. Thank you guys for the couple of bucks. I appreciate that. 175 away from today. I mean, we still need to make some moves here, boys and girls. So if you're feeling generous, boy, would we appreciate it. 175 is a long hill to climb in an hour. So we would appreciate everyone helping out. Conducted by Talker Research, the results also showed the average American would react, how the average American would react after finding out their favorite celebrity did not agree with them politically. You know what? I'm going to make a guess. I haven't read this yet. I'm going to say that Republicans give a shit less than Democrats do. That if they find out their favorite celebrity was different politically, fewer Republicans would have a problem with it than Democrats. And I'll tell you why. It's because Republicans are very much used to their favorite celebrity thinking they're an asshole for being Republican. Democrats don't usually have to deal with the same thing. 1 in 6, 18% of people said they would stop being a fan, suggesting that respondents would forego political transparency for art and entertainment. So over 80% of people said, I'm still going to be a fan, even if, their stupid political takes are different than mine. I want to know, it sounds like they didn't differentiate between Republicans and Democrats, unfortunately. They separated by generation, but not by political party. That's too bad. Over 57% of respondents said they didn't want to know how their colleagues voted either. 63% say it's rude to ask people who they voted for. I agree. Younger Americans are more likely to wear their politics on their sleeve in the workplace. Of course, because we're a product of social media and everybody's got to know what we're thinking at all times. Here we go. This was unfortunate. I kind of knew this was coming, though. 50% of Gen Z respondents said they'd prefer to know how their colleagues vote. How about you mind your own business, you nosy Nelly? Jesus, 50% of Gen Z, I really want to know how my coworkers voted. Why? Because you're going to be different in the meetings now? Shut up. You don't want to know. Ignorance is bliss. What are you going to do? Berate your colleagues about how they should change the way they vote and change their politics? Hey, that always works. Only 14% said they would prefer to know whether their colleagues are more conservative or liberal and don't think it's rude to inquire. Younger Americans like Gen Z, 37%, millennials, 30%, said they would want to know their favorite celebrity's political party affiliation, more than Gen X at 23% and boomers at 18%. Actually, you know what? I'm going to say 30% seems perfect for millennials. Because I and most of the people I know don't want to know. Again, I do not want to know my favorite celebrity's political affiliation because I'm worried it's just going to be douchey. Not even Democrat or Republican, but just cringe. Similarly, 41% of Gen Z said they would stop being a fan if they learned their favorite celebrity disagreed with their politics. 20% millennials, 17% Gen X, and 17% baby boomers. Hey, Gen X, how does it feel to know that you're kind of just you guys are just kind of starting to melt into boomerism? How's that feel? I'm telling you, Gen Z, your numbers, or Gen X, I'm sorry, your numbers and the boomer numbers are starting to meet each other. That's all. Honky with $1 says, hey, gay F word. Care to play the link on my previous $5 rant? I thought I did. I'll go click on it again. Silver Wolf with $1 says 175, like the 175 millimeter howitzer mounted on the M107 self-propelled artillery from the early 60s used by the Army and Marine Corps, used by Germany, Spain, England, Greece, Israel, and many more. Thank you very much, Silver Wolf, for the $1 and that information. About 170 away from today's goal. It would be really nice to hit refresh on that PayPal or Venmo and see something pop up because we need to make some moves, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You guys knock out one goal all week and you think you're hot shit, huh? Let's go ahead and throw in and see if we can't get that. I mean, we got 8 minutes until 9 o'clock. $100 by 9 o'clock ain't looking good. But, guys, in order for this to be sustainable, it's got to be a bunch of people throwing in a little bit. It can't be like relying on somebody to have a big drop once. It's not going to happen. We're 175 away. The 9 o'clock hour is looking awfully beggy. I don't want it to be. It really limits my ability as an entertainer to entertain you. But I can't ask anyone else. I got to ask you. You're the only people who can fix it. So 175 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's not have such a clunky show where it's here's a topic. Hey, money. Do what you can. I appreciate it. We've been on the air for a long time. You guys know how to support it. You know how to keep it going. Let's just go ahead and do that part. I will be very honest with you. I don't like this part. I hate it. It's disgusting. It feels beneath me, but it's clearly not beneath me. And I don't think it adequately reflects the quality of the programming we put on. So please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's start getting some drops in there. Candace Owens and Piers Morgan. Boy, this is a fun match. So Candace Owens is someone I would pretty much label as anti-Semitic. I don't think she likes Jewish. I think the Daily Wire thing fucked with her head. I think she kind of she goes hard in the paint on the Jews, not just Israel, like the Jews. And Piers Morgan has always been a friend to Israel and a friend to Jewish people and all this other stuff. I don't really consider myself either. I'm very critical of Israel, and I'm very critical of America's, I don't like that America sacrifices some of its sovereignty for Israel. That's what I don't like. I have no problem with us supporting Israel because they're the only democracy in the Middle East, which isn't technically true, but the only one we respect or we want. But it's just the fact that we support Israel against our own interests a lot of the time, and I wish we'd stop doing that. But Candace Owens is a bit harder in the paint when it comes to this issue. And her and Piers had it out, and I love this clip because, A, Piers is not afraid to debate people, but Piers gets uncomfortable a lot easier than Candace Owens does. Let's check. Doesn't Candace Owens look happier since she left the Daily Wire? I don't know.
Kanye West. I've got to say, personally, I know that you've had a good relationship with him. You've talked to him and so on, as I have done. I interviewed him, tried to give him a bit of benefit of the doubt over various things. I got to say, his sort of brazen stuff now on a daily, sometimes minute-by-minute basis on X with the swastikas, the Nazis, and so on. I just find it...
Now, look, if Candace Owens comes out and tries to explain the Nazi and swastika shit, I think this is where you can really catch yourself in a disingenuous loop. I don't think you have to hate Kanye's guts or think he's the most terrible guy in the world to go, hey, the swastika Nazi shit's a little beyond the pale. Like that, Kanye, that's a little bit rich, dude. Let's rein in the swastikas and the Nazi talk. That would be kind of nice.
Utterly repellent. Has anything he's been doing in the last 2-3 weeks changed your mind about what's going on here with him?
Okay, so first I just want to say that I definitely told your producers that I didn't want to speak about Ye, but it's totally fine if you...
Fuck you. I hate that. Hey, will you come on my show and be my guest? Yeah, then I don't want to talk about this. You know what I do? There's shit I can't talk about, right? So like Kevin asked me to be on his show or Jesse asked me to be on his show or anything else. Instead of me going, yeah, I'll come on, but we can't talk about this, that, or the other thing, I just go, guys, not a good time. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to have to pass. I can't risk certain things coming up, whatever, especially now when we're on the goal line and things look great. Can't do it. Sorry, guys. And those people don't owe me anything. So if they would think it's funny to try and do that, it's not smart for me to put myself in that position. So I don't like it when people agree to go on someone's show and then they go, I told your producers that I don't want to talk about that. Well, excuse me, miss, but I don't give a fuck. Now we're going to talk about Ye. I hate that. I hate that Candace Owens is like, I'm a free speecher. I'm a free thinker. I'm ballsy. I tell it like it is, blah, blah, blah. I told your producers I didn't want to talk about that. Why? Because it's something that makes you look kind of shitty. the Kanye West Association. Fuck you. You don't get to be truth teller, owning the libs and then cut shit off when you don't want to talk about it. That's not how the game works.
Want to ask me the question?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Well, that wasn't communicated to me, but if you don't mind, I'd just be curious about your view.
Yeah, sure. So my view has been pretty consistent in that when you have a real relationship with someone, you shouldn't be lashing them in the public for anything.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You ever watch those Joe Rogan episodes where he feels like his friends are being retarded on the internet and he tells them on the air? Like he goes, you got to stop reading comments and shit. Like I watch Joe Rogan talk to people about them losing their mind about internet people. And I go, oh my God, Joe and I have the same position on this. Like, don't look at it. Don't watch it. It doesn't exist. If you don't watch it and you don't see it, all it is those people seething about you. You win. It's like the internet is the easiest thing to navigate because it's the ultimate edition of you win by not playing the game. And then everyone else just seems obsessed with you. I've mastered this at this point. You don't see me going anywhere for any of these people. They all come to me. What does that do? It shows that they're obsessed with you and you laugh it off. You win, they lose, and they have to seethe about it. So her going, you shouldn't lash your friends in public. If you think they're fucking up and they need some help and they're not listening, then yeah, maybe you should say something about them.
There's something about the entire world having commentary about Kanye when he tweets, and that exact same part of the world telling us that we have to remain mum when Bibi Netanyahu literally goes DEFCON 3, but Kanye tweets something about DEFCON 3. That just makes me uncomfortable.
No, nobody. What? Wait a minute. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't get any criticism for what he does? Shut up. Such horseshit. And of course she goes right to Jews. She goes right to Jews. This is what I mean. Kanye is doing shit publicly. He's allowed to be publicly criticized. If he was being private and just leaving shit alone and he wasn't tweeting and he wasn't saying anything and wasn't releasing songs, I would agree with you. But he's out there, Candace Owens' position is, well, since he's my friend, when he pops off and embarrasses himself in public, I'm not going to say anything. Well, then you're hypocritical because you criticize a bunch of people for what they tweet. You criticize a bunch of people, but because they're your friend, you're not going to say anything. And by the way, your Netanyahu example just shows the hypocrisy we're talking about. You'll criticize Netanyahu all day long, but not Kanye when he's criticizing Jews. That's interesting.
And feels really disingenuous. And like I said, when you have an actual relationship with someone, if you have anything to say to them, you should say that to that person directly. And so I'm just not going to partake in this sort of like Judas culture of stabbing.
Oh, fuck you. Way to spin it. There's that always the victim shit. Oh no, it's a Judas culture is what it is. No. You're a commentator. You have a job as a commentator. He's hot news and he's out there publicly commenting. Commentate on it. Oh, it doesn't make you look good. I mean, we all knew Candace Owens was full of shit. We all knew that she was a biased propagandist. But this is just exposing her. And good job by Piers, because sometimes you don't have to argue. Sometimes you just let them go, and they'll do this to themselves.
People in the front when you have a real relationship with them. And I've maintained that consistently, and I'm not going to break that code today.
I mean, some would say, look, I just want to play this clip and get your response to this. I mean, this is him doing, Ku Klux Klan imagery with swastikas. And so it's so brazen.
He's doing it publicly. He's posting it on Twitter. I don't give a shit if he's your friend. You're allowed to say that's fucked up. That's not breaking your friendship. To say, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Now, our audience would look at it and they would laugh and go, Jesus Christ, dude, what are you doing? That's fine. That's okay. I'm talking about Candace Owens being a phony.
It's so taunting. And you talk about people who are directly attacking people. He's directly attacking Jewish people when he does this and making them feel extremely uncomfortable.
How much you want to bet her response is going to be, yeah, but Israel?
Extremely threatened by this because he's got 32 million people following him on X alone. His social media firepower to galvanize hate against the Jewish people is being laid bare, isn't it, in real time?
Just a question for you. When you saw the Klansman hoodie, why did you say taunting against Jewish people but didn't mention anything?
There's a fucking swastika on it. And by the way, if you want to talk to the Klan, not exactly the biggest fan of Jews. God, she's dumb. Just admit your friend's a fucking lunatic and we can move on, please.
About black people. Yeah, but it's just interesting that of the two things you chose to lean into Jewish people and not to speak about what the Klansman hood represents.
He's black.
Both. Let's say both. I mean,
Yeah,
they're both.
there you go.
The Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan were both despicable people who targeted certain members of society and wanted to cause them enormous harm.
I love that. She thought that was such an own. She's like, well, what about the black part? He's like, yeah, that too. Go ahead. Candace Owens has this weird way of trying to use examples of things as an own, and she just ends up doing one of these. This is a cell phone. Cell phone.
If not kill them.
Yeah, she's like, well, they hate black people too. Yeah, throw that on. Sure, go ahead. Now address that. Oh, fuck.
And that's
Yeah, I know.
why
I just
people
thought it
are
was
finding what he's
interesting
doing.
that, like, when I saw the image, I thought you were going to say something about Black America and maybe speak about the fact that Kanye's black, but you just instantly went to accusing or speaking about how Jewish people felt about it. I think that's interesting. I just find that response to be.
All Kanye talks about is Jews, just like you. Jew, Smith-Schuster. That's all you guys are talking about. God, she is so disingenuous. I've never liked her, but I really don't like her in this.
Candace, he's literally selling swastikas.
Yeah, Pierce, if you would like to provide commentary on, if you want to provide commentary.
This is not going well for her. She's like, yeah, Pierce, I'm loading up for my next point. And he puts a bunch of swastikas up there. She's like, fuck. Anyway, look, Pierce.
On Ye, I have maintained I'm not going to participate in Judas culture. I don't believe in the emphasis that has been placed on me.
Everything, when you don't want to do something, everything's a culture. Oh, Judas culture. I got news for you. There's no such thing as Judas culture. You're a commentator. You commentate on public figures doing public shit. Oh, but you talked to one of them one time, so you say they're a friend. You also don't like Jews the same way he doesn't like Jews, so you don't want to speak on it.
People knowing that I have a personal relationship with him to throw him under the bus publicly. It's not the person that I
That's what you should do. Pierce should just go, you guys fucking or what?
am spiritually, and I'm just not going to partake in it. And I've not moved on that 1 inch. And in fact,
wow, condemning selling swastikas is now Judas culture. That's very fucking interesting.
Time goes by, I feel stronger and stronger that I should not participate in that culture because there seems to be something sadistic about the entire world condemning someone and then an individual saying, well, I need you to do it, Candace, because you have a personal relationship with him. It's strange.
Actually, you know what? We are going to move. We're going to move on. And I wasn't even aware you didn't want to talk about it.
Any person in the entire world that will come onto your platform and say something about Ye.
No, honestly, it's not that.
You know him. It's interesting to get your perspective. How is that not fair? God, she's the worst. She doesn't mean it either. That's the worst part. She's a good actress.
I just say,
I've got,
No, Candace, I've got loads of things I want to talk to you about. It's not all about Ye by any means. I just know you know him, and I know him a bit, and I'm horrified by what I'm seeing. And I just think, I think it raises a lot of issues, one of which is just on a wider point, whether anyone who's got that kind of following should be able to be so brazenly.
And by the way, is Piers hand wringing and oh my God, should anybody really be? Yeah, Piers is annoying here too. But at least Piers is being honest. This is who Piers is. Piers is kind of a shaky chihuahua on some of this shit. Always has been. But Candace Owens she's a chameleon. She's a shapeshifter. She's disingenuous. It's just when you sense the phoniness, that's the worst part.
Anti-Semitic, putting swastikas on, saying he's a Nazi and so on, whether anyone should be allowed to do that, actually, because by X's own rules, he breaks almost every rule they have. Most people would be suspended a long time ago.
Well, X allows pornography. So.
Well, they don't, though. They actually took him down last time for posting pornography, legal pornography, which was ironic.
There is pornography allowed on X. It's been something that we've been speaking out about and wondering why they allowed pornography. And it only becomes a discussion when Kanye shares the pornography, but we've been speaking about.
Yeah, when a guy with fucking tens of millions of followers shares porn, yeah, it becomes a discussion piece. Jesus Christ, she's the worst. Miss Tay with $14.99 says, for the Rumble chat. Thank you very much. Hey, 165 away from today's goal. We're fucked. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We need to set a brisker pace if we're going to do this thing. Lander says Aaron defends Jews. Shocking. Hey, I'm not defending Jews or Christians or anyone else. I just want a little honesty. That's all. I'm a big badass political commentator. I'm fearless. But then when we go, hey, your friend's fucking up out here. You want to say something about it, Miss Social Commentator? And all of a sudden, I'm a victim and I don't want to participate in Judas culture. Piers was way too nice to her. I would have went, there's no such thing as Judas culture. That's not a real thing. You made that up so you didn't have to comment on this. Come on, tough guy. Come on, fucking I'll say whatever to Ben Shapiro's face. Say something. Let's do it. Coltrane with $1 says, Ken play later. I laughed. Thank you for the $1. Appreciate it. Where'd that $5 one go with the link in it? Here it is. Honky. Oh, best advice for the cover. Okay. Best polycule advice. Let's see. Let's see what old Dandy Don has to say.
What are you going to remember? No drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. And, you know what else? No tattoos. I don't ever want to see tattoos on.
Oh, wow. He made this he said, where was this parenting advice when April was a kid? Oh, so you made this specifically for.
What are you going to remember? No drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. And, you know what else? No tattoos. I don't ever want to see tattoos.
I agree with the no tattoos. It's fucking retarded. It really is stupid. Just remember shit, would you? It's notice me. It's attention needing. It's kind of weakness. What is this? Oh! Wow. Look at, good morning. I want to apologize to you and the listeners of the show this morning. While my comment had good intentions, I realized that as a father of 4 myself, that it was not in good taste. I in no way meant to sound supportive of the senator's actions. I'm man enough to admit I was wrong and will continue to watch and engage in the show. Wow. Guys, Eagle of America deserves a lot of credit for that one. Look at that. Everybody should be like that. There was one person also that made a threatening comment to me regarding me and a fire. I hope that the moderator removed and or warned the individual. Well, I certainly don't condemn I certainly don't what's the word I'm looking for? I do condemn it. People threatening other people. It's just a show. It's just a show, for God's sake. Thank you very much for sending all that stuff in. Well, guys, 165, what do you want to do? We got 50 minutes left in the show. I certainly don't want to turn this into Begfest Central, but it looks like I'm going to have to. I'm going to lose with no dignity today. 165 away. We've had 5 straight perfect weeks. Evening show bailed the morning show out on Monday. You guys got it done on Tuesday, which was great. I mean, it was pulling teeth, but we got it done. We'd appreciate you just throwing in a little something. Let us know you're alive and let us know that you think the show's doing well. I don't know. 165 is a long way to go, so we need to start dropping some shit in a bucket here pretty quick. It's the worst part of the show. I agree. I hate it. I don't like it. I think it's terrible. I think this is cheap and tacky, and I think it's pathetic, and I think it's awful. It's also the only way I have to fund the program we're doing and the people who we get to have on it, which is now down to Johnny at this point. So a couple of bucks, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I mean, I know you know, but yeah, this part's fucking pathetic on my part, that's for sure. But the patheticness can be cut with cold hard cash, Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants. Oh, a fat protester. Let's check this out. Somebody sent this one in. I have not screened this at all. Oh. Oh, yeah, I know. That's obnoxious. Maybe it's funny to that came from Facebook. I was going to say that seems like a very boomery Facebook thing. I'll be honest. That is a very, very Facebooky thing to think is funny. To me, it's a lot of that Facebook boomer humor is just kind of retarded and annoying. I'll be honest. Approachable says, God damn it, can someone slap the side of the machine? The record's skipping again. I know, I hate it, but I have no other way to ask. I'm sorry. It is the record on repeat. It's the broken record, but I got an idea. You guys could all just go, hey, we're picking, out of, 900 people, we're going to pick about, I don't know what, 80, less than 80 of us to throw in $5 each today, and we could just do it right at the beginning. It'd be no fucking problem. That's literally thousands of people throughout the course of the show. You guys could just pick a few and do it that. It's not all, I can't really do anything about it. I can just keep asking until it gets to 0. That's my job. I have to do that. I don't really have as much control as you do. Dive Bar with $5, thank you, says, what's with all this lettuce talk? Oh, and I apologize to my 9th grade English teacher for drawing a swastika on my book cover. Yes, she was Jewish. That was the risk of doodling back in middle school for me, is I would draw a swastika here and there. I mean, it's really, I mean, if you just start drawing swastikas, it's kind of just, like it's, I don't know. It's just kind of, you just start doodling and then all of a sudden, bloop, there's a swastika. Did we all draw swastikas in school? If not, I'm really worried about myself. Helgi says, where's my stickers and mug at? Send me your fucking address. Helgi sent me an email and said, I'm going to send you my address if I get this shit. It's like, yeah, I've got your fucking envelope sitting right here. Stamped, ready to go. Got all your shit in there. Waiting on you, pal. Waiting on you. Thank you, Trucker 18 Wheeler, for the $10. Hey, there we go. Now it's a rally. 150 away. Let's fucking go. Get it, boys and girls. This is what a rally looks like. Everybody throwing in. Now Helgi says, hold on, I'm going to send you an email. Thanks. It's almost like that's how we could have taken care of this whole thing. By the way, the other person that we haven't sent out yet, Lab Glass. I need your info. So, Lab Glass and Helgi. Thank you very much. And also, Spring looking retarded. Let me know if you plan to cancel your order, because all my shit still says printing, and I'm fucking pissed off about this Spring shit. I am not happy. We're going to kill it. We're going to go to something else. All the VIP stuff I have on order is getting canceled, and they're giving me their fucking money back. Somebody let me know that their cancel order did go through a week later. Guys, do me a favor. If your Spring shit hasn't gone past the printing stage, tell them you want to cancel. Get your fucking money back. We're going to go somewhere else. I'm tired of these fucking people fucking us over like that. Annoying. 150 away from today. Let's get moving. We got 45 minutes left. PayPal and Venmo have been fucking dry today, that's for sure. It has been a rough one. Let's go to some more Don Lemon stuff. I'll pretend to keep doing a show. You guys pretend to keeping it on the air. We'll both just keep playing make-believe today. How's that sound? We got a 6-week streak brewing, and fuck me. Let's keep it going. Don Lemon is not happy about the way he was treated at CNN, and we're not talking about Don Lemon, the newsman. We're talking about Don Lemon, that hunk of man flesh. That's right. Apparently, women think gay dudes can just be grabbed at. They think they can just grab at gay dudes whenever they want. Don Lemon is now coming out and saying that he was sexually harassed while he was at CNN. That the girls loved grabbing on his gay meat. And they loved squeezing his ass. And they loved doing all kinds of shit to the gay black guy. But they didn't get punished for it. The women don't get punished. And, you know, if you've ever worked at a restaurant, you know that for all the complaining people do about guys in the workplace and all of this, women can be vile in the workplace. But if you're a guy, it's supposed to be a compliment. I got news for you. I was a server at a restaurant, and if you've ever seen some more aged servers at a family restaurant, you don't want their fucking hands on you. There were a couple servers. There was Carrie and Tara. And you wanted Carrie and Tara's hands on you. And, there was another one. She was, oh, God. I actually made out with her in my car after work one day. What was her name? She's a server at the restaurant I worked. Fuck me. Anyway, Carrie and Tara, those were the ones you wanted to touch her. Although Tara had a meth problem, she was always trying to kick. She still looked good, though, so she must have been in the early stages of meth because she was still pretty cute. I remember her being very, very hot. And Carrie, oh, my God. It's like fucking this. Oh, was Carrie cute. But then the other servers, they were all kind of the older family diner type, hey, sugar type servers. You just left them to the truckers. The truckers didn't mind being touched anywhere. They liked that. But I was a little pickier. So I was a server out there, right? And they would touch you, and they would grab you, and they would squeeze your ass, and they'd hit you in the balls, and all kinds of shit. They didn't care. Guys, they're just supposed to take it. Women, the minute you make them feel uncomfortable, you're a bad guy. And by the way, yes, absolutely, women should complain if they're made to feel comfortable at work. But so should dudes. You know what? I think a lot of guys don't want to tell people that the ugly chick grabbed their cock. That's my theory. All right, let's go to Don Lemon here complaining to Bill Maher about how he was treated on CNN. Oh, wait, Bo Beardington with $1.99. I told you were going to be a fucking fan, dude. He says, thoughts on people who park on their front yard. Like on the grass? Come on. If you don't have a driveway or a garage, whatever, you park where you can. If you're parking on your front yard and you got a driveway and a garage, stop being such a fucking redneck. Jesus Christ, you goddamn hillbilly. Figure it out. Thank you, Bo Beardington. That does. I didn't realize that bothered me until today.
I'm very interested.
There are some things that are
no. I'm interested in this.
There are some things that are really egregious, right? And that not everything is Harvey Weinstein level. And
that's rape.
I mean, I was just gonna say what Bill said. He's like, well, not everything is Harvey Weinstein. Well, he was graping bitches, so you don't. Yeah, that doesn't mean that everything that's not that should just be swept under the rug. I mean, there's a lot of mileage between what constitutes harassment in the workplace and the shit Harvey Weinstein did. There's a big gap in there.
And then some of the, right, that's a whole different story. I'm not talking about that. And I'm not saying it makes it right, but I remember when I was in Atlanta and was in the cafeteria, commissary, whatever.
At CNN?
At CNN. And
no, at WCW, that Atlanta. No, he was at World Championship Wrestling. Yes, Bill, at CNN.
This woman, young lady, tweaked my nipples and said, "Oh, it's cold in here." And
my girlfriend does that to me. SP knows I have very sensitive nipples, and sometimes she'll just fucking out of nowhere just go, eh. Makes me ticklish and insecure. Anyway, that's my cross to bear. I'm sorry for making this Don Lemon thing all about me. I have to go brush my nipples. I mean teeth.
I said, okay, you realize if I did that, they'd be walking me out the door right now. But I didn't care. I didn't go to HR. I didn't say anything because I was just like, it's a double standard.
Good for you.
Yeah, and also.
Wow, look at Bill standing up for sexual harassment in the workplace. I like it. He's right, though. I mean, if a woman comes up to a guy, pinches his nipples and goes, oh, it's cold in here, then a guy gets to do the same thing, or neither of them get to do the same thing. When Bill Maher says good for you, I think I disagree with that. And I'll tell you why. I don't know why, but sometimes certain double standards really fucking get me. because women will destroy a guy's ability to get a next job. They'll cry so fucking hard about something that's playful, you know, because they get to be a victim, and that fucking feels good to some people. They didn't do anything victim-like. They did something playful at work, and it was misconstrued. And yes, that guy should be disciplined for that. Absolutely. But sometimes some women will make a bigger fucking deal of it than it needs to be, and they won't shut up until that person's fired. The same thing should happen across the board then. It should happen to everybody. Either all of it's okay or none of it's okay. And I think businesses believe that same way, too, because they don't want to get fucking sued.
So, but I've never told this story as well. Someone who I worked with also harassed me at CNN, and I never went to management. First of all, I was...
Stelter bit his cock. 100%. Stelter bit Don Lemon on the penis. That's what we're going with.
So
a man or
there,
a woman?
A woman. And she knew I was gay. And it was just bizarre. She was going through a divorce. It was just weird. And I never went.
Don, you're kind of ratting him out without ratting him out now. Easy. She was a female at CNN at the same time I was there. She was going through a divorce. We're snitching now.
To management. First of all, I thought like, okay, they may find a way to get rid of me because if I tell this story, I don't know if they're going to believe me or not. But then she was so mean to me after that. I was like, I should have told the story. But yeah, I've been harassed by men and women.
But when, like, what constituted this harassment? Like, what did you, physically, like in the office, like come in and twirl for me, Don?
It wasn't a twirl for me, but it was not in the office, but yeah.
Oh, she wanted Don Lemon to do a helicopter for her. Swing that big gay dick around, Don. I mean, I think if you report that shit at CNN, they would have fired that lady. So the fact that he didn't report it is kind of, what do you expect him to do, you know? By the way, we got some big thank yous here. Klopogram says he's full of shit. Das Optic Nerve says, what a fucking loser. Bigot on Socialist Media says, yeah, I think he's lying. They're calling him Don Smollett. I mean, maybe he could be lying because, you know, he's, you know, like somebody, like Sam Show says, he's burnt every bridge, but no, I don't know. I think he's telling at least a partial truth because women do feel entitled to gay men's bodies. They feel like since gay guys aren't into chicks, that they can like treat them like they're one of the gals and like, your nipples, because you're gay, get it? There's no chance of you pinching their nipples and you activating their hard-on and they go, you want it? So they fuck with the gay dude. I believe him. Hashtag I believe Don Lemon. I believe in Don Lemon. I believe in Don Lemon. 'Cause at the bathhouse and bar stools and rodeos, you know he's taking it from everyone, everywhere he goes. You say, I believe in Don Lemon. That was worth at least a 10. Let's go to, oh shit, I just lost that super chat. Toes up, hose down. I love that name. $9.99 says, for all the freeloaders out there, if you had to pick a dollar amount, what would you say is a fair amount for each fan to contribute each month to feel like they've done their part? Honestly, the amount of listeners we have between Rumble and YouTube, it's tens of thousands. I think 5 is way more than enough. Like, you mean if everyone did it? If everyone did it, $1? I mean, honestly, if everyone we had watching, if they did like every month, they did $1, our unique viewers every month, we get a massive raise from what we have now. I don't know. Like, honestly, if you give $5 a month, like if you do the top or the middle Steel Toe membership, the Toe Bro, to me, that's incredibly generous. That'd be fine. If every one of just our YouTube unique viewers got a membership, no more goals. No more. Well, way more than no more goals. Holy shit. It would be off to the races. Thank you for that question. That was really good. Miss Tay with $5 says, is the reason I don't get stickers because of my race? Wait, did you have a thing for stickers? Did you send me your information? If so, it's been sent out because I only have 2 left. If you didn't get stickers, but you'd like some, you've been incredibly supportive. Send me your address. I'll get them out to you in Freaky Deaky, Australia. Silverwolf with $2 says, Tank Facts with Silverwolf 20 is brought to you by War Thunder. Do you like tanks, planes, warships? Join millions of players online right now in exciting multinational, multi-vehicle combat today. And then toes up, hose down becomes a baby boot. What a fucking guy. What a guy. And then on top of that, we've also got to say thank you to Ronald for $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. That's going to drop another 20 off that old dusty goal of ours. Hey, guys, 130 away. We're starting to get close enough. Let's go on a big roll. Why does it say not logged in? I'm not logged into Rumble. I'm streaming on Rumble, for fuck's sake. I just got logged out of my Rumble. What the fuck is that all about? Okay, that's my account. Continue. All right, there we go. What the shit? Hold on a minute. Is that going to work now? There we go. Now we're logged in. I just straight up got logged out of Rumble on the account I'm streaming on. Strange. 130 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, can you play that link I sent earlier? I thought I played it for you, dear. 130 away from today. There we go. Now we're all set up. Now we're all good. Thank you very much, Sparky Rose, for renewing your membership for a 33rd month. Says monthly dues for the toe. That's very kind of you. All right, guys, 130 away. Let's knock it out. Crush it. Call it a win for the toe. Off we go. I'll try to find that link. But I do not. Trucker 18-wheeler. Oh!
In addition to...
Holy shit. Karen and Jessica double-fisted March. Oh, boy. What is this? We've got a news clip with hot ladies. This is going to be perverted. All right, let's check it out, Trucker.
To that. So the winter is not quite done with us on this last winter weekend. And my clicker doesn't want to advance anything. Magic. Is it the leprechaun? I think it is. They're being mischievous. All right, let me try this clicker and see if the leprechaun didn't get that one. Here's your exclusive AccuWeather. Now I'm double-fisted in a different...
No, you're not. No. Double-fisted. We call that making you airtight. That's... Now I'm double-fisted. Sweetheart, double-fisting. We're double-fisting. When you have two drinks in one hand, you're double-fisting. You're not double-fisted. Double-fisted is what all of Patrick Melton's fans thought I was going to be in jail. It's totally different. They're still seething about that one. Poor kids.
Way for St. Patrick's Day, Miles.
You could have just listened to me. I always tell you the truth. You guys always lie. Just assume I'm right.
With a shower and 62 for your high. Tomorrow, breezy, mostly sunny skies and 54. Sunday, that's the day wind chills near that freezing mark. 43 for your high.
Are they just, wait, is this it? Are they just going to let that double-fisted thing go? There's another minute 20 left in this clip, Trucker. This better be good. They better not let this chick get away with saying she's double-fisted.
Waking up at 7 a.m. I'm on the air Sunday. Tune in so I'm not alone. Wind chills just in the teens. Monday, a nice start to spring. A high of 53. Upper 50s on Tuesday. Looking good. 59. Wednesday, mild. Some sunshine. 60. Thursday.
Trucker, if the rest of this is a fucking weather forecast, I'm going to be really pissed. I'm 130 away. I'm failing today. I got to start shucking and jiving for these fucking people. And if you sent me a link where she says double-fisted in the first 10 seconds and then the rest of it's a fucking weather forecast because some asshole on YouTube doesn't know how to clip, I'm going to be mad. Now, if they bring up the double-fisting thing again, I'm going to look like an asshole, and that'll be funny for everyone. Continue. This is getting boring.
Partly sunny skies and 57. And to another woman who likes to be double-fisted in a different way, I think, Jess.
I would like to apologize for my previous outburst towards Trucker 18-Wheeler and the person who made this video. The weather lady is now suggesting that the anchor lady likes to have men insert all of their digits into their vagina and asshole at the same time. Double fisting, not double fisted is much different than double fisting, Karen. Her name is Karen.
And to another woman who likes to be double-fisted in a different way, I think, Jess.
She means beer. She means beer. Guys, she means beer. Don't put me on YouTube.
Everyone is losing their fucking mind. Like, all sense of professionalism has completely gone out the window on this soundstage. Everybody is squealing their fucking faces off because there have now been 2 double fisting references, and this poor woman does not know that that could mean vagina and asshole until this dirty little birdie got on and started, letting them know. Why do they always put these news people in weird clothes that make it look like their tits are down around their belly button? Unless this woman just has tits down around her belly button.
My God. We're going to take a pause and we're going to keep going. We're out in Reading right now, guys. We're watching Route 202. A spill there on the northbound side right near 183.
Everybody is they can't keep it together. Like, it's, when you're doing shit like this, whether it's radio or television, like, everyone's quiet on the set. Like, and if you giggle a little, you can giggle a little, but you got to fucking wrap it up. Everybody has lost it.
I can't do this right now. On the northbound side, so traffic is slow getting to the scene right there. Southbound, not seeing.
This is like, for me, when you guys write the gay F word in the chat over and over when I'm trying to do a read, same thing.
Much of an issue. They're also right in my eye line, by the way, like the camera's in front of me, and Tam and Aliana are dying laughing right over here to the right, so that's all I can see. Out in Eastham Township, we're watching things on Route 7.
And they're both just going like this. As she does the traffic, they're both going. People think that fisting is where you take your fist and you insert. No, you got a digit at a time. You got to stack too. It's kind of cheating. It's a misleading phrase, fisting. You gotta, 1, 2, 3. You gotta sneak it a little, and then. You tell them after and they go, oh my God, I'm a whore. And then you go, never forget how I made you do that. Very important. Thank you, Trucker 18-Wheeler. That was actually a really good clip. And I fucked it up. And I'm telling you, eating clams is right. By the looks of her, totally accurate. I mean, she is acting like a guilty party. That's for sure. Packer Backer says, fuck, I want to grab those giant tits. Call me gay. Please don't, though. When they're that low, I don't like them. I like them to have some lift. I like a good lifted pair of big tits. I'm an asshole. That's what it is. Some people say picky. That's not picky. You're just being a dick because it's a woman with a decent enough body. She's got nice tits. They're allowed to have some hang to them. You demanding otherwise, you're an asshole. And by your, in this case, I mean me. Silver Wolf with $1 says 1:30, like the SU 130 PM and the ISU 130, 2 radically different styled Russian tank destroyers featuring a 130 millimeter naval gun modified for tank use. Only prototypes were made. Well, thank you, buddy. $4.99 from Red Fox Mad. Thank you very much. He sends a clip. Oh God, what did I do? Oh, God, what did I do? Hey, boys and girls, we got about 20 minutes until we got to beg even harder for money. I'm looking forward to it. 125 away from today's goal. Sure would like some Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo action. We're 125 away. Hopefully we can get this thing done. every part of today's show, except me having to grovel for this money that we've made today, is every other part of it's been great. It's been a lot of fun today. We've given you a quality show. We got up near 900 today, which is awesome, but we're 125 away, and the morning show has been very difficult. Like, even if we get down to like 90 in the last 5 minutes, it's been really, really tough. So let's try to get this down as much as we can and get a win for the Toad today, because the bigger this streak gets, the more nervous I get about knocking out every goal. And 125, let's go. I'd really like to make it 6 weeks. That would be nice. All right, let's go to the clip that Red Fox Mad sent us. Hopefully I can shut the fuck up about the goal, but I need you guys to start throwing in if we're going to do that. Click one of those links. Let's go. It's fucked up.
Anything.
But if you're taking a dick, can't the dick push the tampon?
Yeah.
So could she?
If
could
you
the dick have
lost
pushed the tampon in there and then she forgot about it? It's fucked up. I think I know what the context of that was. God, she was quite different before the drugs. This is like a year and a month before the drugs. She was just a more vibrant. She sounded different. Holy shit. No, that was a story about a woman who got, what is the one where the tampon stays in and the toxic shock syndrome, right? Someone got the toxic shock syndrome, and I'm like, well, could she have gotten, like, and the whole thing was like, she died because it was stuck up there. So I don't know. Chad Buzamok says, I think it's time to bring the offering. No, and I'm not. Chad Buzamok, by the way, you got figured out by one of our listeners. They were sending me messages yesterday. They were like, oh, man, they're like, that Buzamok's a double agent. And I'm like, dude, I've known Buzamok's a double agent who doesn't really like steel toe for a long time. I just kind of entertain Buzamok because I like having fun with him. I kind of subtly pick on him back, and it's fun. What do you do? I get messages from people like that calling out Buzamok all the time, and I just tell people, I'm like, I know. He's harmless. He can't do anything. And like however his life is, being a double agent on the internet is something that entertains him. Let him do it. You know, it's not hurting anybody. Toad Climbs Mountains with $5 says, I've been sick the last 2 days. What did I miss? It also entertains me that I like that people like Buzamok think they're getting something over on someone, but you already know, and you kind of fuck with them back, and they don't know. I like that. That kind of makes me happy. People forget that I'm a giant asshole too. I just don't lean into my assholeness like other people do. I got better things to do throughout the day. Oh, Aaron, you're acting like you're better than those people. Well, yes. Oh my God. Did I say I wasn't? Oh my God. Let me be very clear. 1,000 times % better than those types of people. Chad Buzamok says, your listeners are always sending you shit. Yes, they look after their man. He says, I don't give a fuck. I can listen and enjoy any show I want. I know, big boy. We know you can. Imagine telling us that. Like, I can enjoy any show I want. Right, yeah. That's what we're saying. That's like an I'm a big boy thing. We know, we're fucking with you. The people who like to fuck with people on the internet, you ever notice they're the people who just can't take being needled back? If you can't handle differing opinions, that's on you. Differing opinions? What are you giving us, like a fucking different take on the Magna Carta? You talk a little shit, we talk a little shit back. You don't have a different opinion on anything. You're just a silly guy. We've got a whole crew of silly people on this show. We love them. We think they're great. I just am entertained by the fact that you kind of, you do this thing, and I know you're doing the thing, but I don't totally ever let you know I know you're doing the thing. I like that. Why can't I be entertained by that? I don't get it. When I have fun, people get mad. Hi, my name is Aaron, and I'm an asshole. All right, Buzamok, if you need to say it's butthurt, then whatever you need. I just thought we were both fucking with each other and it was okay. Sorry. God, I got to figure that out. That's a me problem. I set people off too much. I got to stop blaming them for it. It's got to be me. I might just be a meaner guy than I think I am. That's what we're going to learn today. That's what we're going to take from today's show. I'm a bigger meanie head and a bully than I think I am. And I need to do some self-reflecting on that. Why did a goddamn Snow White movie become the biggest political op in the country's history? Can we stop and leave this Snow White people alone, please? Gal Gadot is now getting protesters showing up whenever she does some kind of event now because she's Israeli. And she served in the IDF because you have to. And she's not a big fan of Hamas because they've probably killed friends and family members of hers. I mean, it's understandable why Gal Gadot would have the opinions she does. But she's her and this Rachel Zegler are in this new Snow White movie. And people thought it looked like shit, and it caused Disney to kind of scale back the whole release of the movie. And there was apparently some beef between Gal Gadot and Rachel Zegler. It was all really, really stupid. But it's kind of like, remember when the Ghostbusters movie was like the biggest political agenda of 2016? And like you had to take a side on a fucking Ghostbusters remake. Well, that's what they're doing with this Snow White thing now. It's like, how do you feel about the new Snow White movie that's coming out? Let me give you guys a little cheat sheet here. I'll give you the right answer. You're in your 30s and 40s. You shouldn't even know there's a fucking Snow White movie coming out. Okay? How's that? If you're 30 or 40 and you find yourself in a chat or you find yourself in a Discord server or anything, well, first of all, if you find yourself in any of those, you're gay, and you're typing away and you find yourself typing an opinion about the new Snow White movie, I'm going to do you the biggest favor I've ever done you. Highlight it all, hit delete, turn off your computer and go do something. If you're online so much that you're developing an opinion on the Snow White movie, it's over. You're done. It's point of no return. Event horizon. Black hole. You're finished. Do me a favor and do not catch yourself having an opinion on a fucking kiddie movie in 2025. I would be so proud of you. But apparently Gal Gadot got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame yesterday, which, can we have that discussion? Has Gal Gadot done enough to get a star on the Walk of... whatever. But a bunch of protesters showed up to it because apparently somebody let it out that Gal Gadot has the power to end the war in the Middle East. This is what happened at the... Again, you would think Donald Trump was coming to town to make some kind of a speech or that Putin was showing up in Hollywood. This is all a Gal Gadot... Like she's putting her handprints in some cement on a sidewalk.
Run, bro, run!
You got people walk. Look at it. They're protesting. They're holding signs that say "No other land won an Oscar." You got police running people down. They've opened up shops to sell their wares. Spider-Man's posing with a bunch of anti-Israel people. They're getting, yes, in LA, they're still wearing masks. Wonderful, right? That's probably to keep all the homeless feces fumes out of their face, though. I mean, in fairness. Again, it's a goddamn Snow White movie. Jesus. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says this one was great. Oh boy, we'll get to it. Coltrane with $1 says our work is doing customer tours while Aaron is talking about double fisting and huge droopy tits, and I'm laughing my ass off. Worth $1. Thank you. I'm a very funny guy. 1:15 away from today's goal. Less than 10 minutes until we got to rattle the cans and see if we can knock this out. Guys, you got it down to 1:15. Let's get it the rest of the way. Throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. The PayPal and Venmo have been completely silent since about 7-something today. It is, it's jarring. So let's fill up the coffers. 1:15. Let's call it a win. Clopogram says, I send you a swatting and you use Gal Gadot and you wonder about the goal loss. I'm sorry, buddy. I missed it. What is it? I got clips I need to get to. Let me go find Clopogram. Oh, breaking news, Aaron. Swatting of InfoWars host. Oh, I have that one. We have that for overtime. Is this the Owen thing? The Owen Schroyer? Yeah, I have Modernity News. I have the same exact article. We may not get to use it today. I was going to use it as part of overtime, the Owen Schroyer shit, but, you know, we might miss. Also, I got Kash Patel saying that America needs to wake up and prioritize Israel. I'm really pumped about that. But we might have ourselves a miss today, and the evening show might have to run cleanup, and I might get a little half hour off. So, you know, there is that. We got some clips we got to play. We've also got 1:15 left on today's goal, so go ahead and run that up. Otherwise, we might be heading for an L today. All right, let's go with Approachable's link first.
And to another woman who likes to be double-fisted in a different way, I think, Jess.
Is that how the YouTube video looks? Oh, see, now that looks okay when I pause it. But when it plays, it looks like shit. What is that? See, that looks okay.
Evan. And to what?
That's weird. I don't like it. Doesn't look like that on any of my shit. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do with that. Was just. Here's a steel toe clip. This is with April. Yeah, this was before drugs too. Let's take a look. People are sending in April before drugs clips, apparently. Normal that I
I'll tell you this
6 times just go into town.
Not for a second did I think that wasn't the case.
Well,
I've had sex before.
You know, thank you for the compliment that you thought I was.
Haven't you ever had
animal.
sex all night before?
I mean, yeah, but not every fucking night. I will say this, in the April era, there was way too much sex talk. Look at the little smirk she's given me. She knows. There's been some wild nights between these two. Sometimes daddy needs his sleep. Especially early on. When you just start a relationship, oh, you're giving her everything you got. After a while, you're like, I mean, look, once or twice, you know, let's get some shut-eye. No, there was way too much sex talk on those shows. It was disgusting. And the audience complained, and they were right. Donnie's Inferno, becoming a member for 2 months, says, the lowest part of life is to give money to e-beggars. Well, I thank God that you go slumming. Donnie's Inferno, I appreciate the fact that you go slumming for us as often as you do. Thank you so much. All right, I think we got all the links. We're not going to do the Owen Schroyer shit for a 5-minute thing. That deserves a little more time. Yeah, one of Alex Jones's boys got swatted. And it's just, you know, you weep for your country. I mean, what does Owen Schroyer do to anybody? All he does is report shit. He finds out shit and he reports shit. That's it. Outside of that, the guy doesn't do anything to anybody. And you're going to swat the guy. What an asshole. What an asshole. I'm assuming it's a dude that did it. All right, let's play this Kash Patel clip and then let's beg for money. What do you say? $115 away from today's goal. Help us out. Knock it out. At least get us under 50 so we can beg for another 30 minutes. The way things are going right now, especially the PayPal Venmo route, I don't feel good about our chances of knocking it out today. I feel glad that the evening show has really valued this streak and they've been incredible and amazing. I'd like you guys to show them that, you know, fuck them, you know, stick one up theirs. But I don't know. It's not looking good today. Let's play this Kash Patel thing. I'll get mad, then we'll beg for money. That doesn't sound like a good way to spend my last 10 minutes on the show today. Who organizes this program?
Off the machinery that feeds money into Iran. We will no longer have 100 hostages still in captivity, Israeli and American and otherwise, by Hamas and Iran's Hezbollah mercenary forces. We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel and bring home Israelis and make sure we stand by our #1 ally in Israel.
Jesus. You notice that from the beginning to that end part, and that was edited, and I'm sure deceptively so, but you notice at first he's like, American hostages. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, American hostages. Let's bring our American hostages home. And by the end, he was just going, we got to prioritize Israel and getting their hostages home. It's like, oh, if I'm an American hostage, that doesn't exactly make me feel great. that doesn't automatically make me feel real solid about my country prioritizing me. I just, look, man, I just wish we got something for prioritizing Israel. That's all I want. I just want to get something out of it other than, a World Trade Center bombing every few years. Terrorist attacks because we back Israel. I hate that that's like the only legacy of us backing Israel. They get all the benefits of it. They get the money, they get the weapons, they get the big brother behind them in case anybody fucks with them. And what do we get? We get fucking airliners crashed into our buildings. It just doesn't seem like we're getting out of this relationship what we put in. That's all. Bapa Shab says, why is the FBI guy worried about Israel? What? Oh, yeah, Dead Game's right, too. Don't forget, this Owen Schroyer swatting thing is right after that Jamie White, that reporter for InfoWars, was shot in the throat and killed. It's been a bad month for InfoWars. Holy shit. Guys, we got about 6.5 minutes, and something tells me we're going to need the whole goddamn thing to try and knock this thing out. Throw in your money. Let's go. I can't remember who sent this music in today. I think it was numero uno. Let's try and make our money this way because I'm being a real Jew. 1:15 away from today's goal. 6 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. The earlier we knock it out, the less you got to hear me do this shit. Otherwise, we're taking off at 10 o'clock after 6 whole minutes of trying to beg for $115. Do not sit here and go, Aaron doesn't know how pathetic this is. Aaron knows how pathetic this is. Ugh. I mean, it beats, working blue-collar stuff for a living, but it doesn't make it not sad that this is how we got to keep shit going. Hey, I know you're chatting oy vey and all that stuff. Now, throw a fucking $5 behind it and we'll be good to go. Off we go. 5.5 minutes. Nothing on the rally so far. We love that PayPal. We love that Streamlabs. We love that Venmo. You want to throw a little something into it? 5:20 left to go. Nothing going. We got a bunch of stories coming up for overtime. We can always just give them to the evening show, though, too, when we fail here. We made a couple hundred today. That's nothing to sneeze at. We appreciate it, but we do need to hit those goals to keep everything straight here at Steel Toe. 5 minutes away from today's goal. Either expiring or winning. Throw in a couple of bucks. Boozamak, you're wrong, but I understand. It's, I was supposed to be dead by now. I got it. It's 1:15 away. 4.5 minutes left. Thank you, Toe Rogan. $5 says, this music makes me want to rally. Hey, it makes me want to dance if I didn't realize how fucking tragic the morning show has become goal-wise. Dive Bar with $5 says, what do you think about the Gilmore Girls? Dead Game with $5. So shut up and dance on that table. 105 away from today's goal. Can we get a last-minute fake dono, says Trucker 18-Wheeler? I would love that. Let's get to dancing. Hey, 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 hey. I don't even know if this is Jewish or Russian. I have no idea. I'm culturally inept. 105 away from today's goal. Shekels, my boy. 4 minutes left. We've got Mindy Lee with $10. Thank you very much, Mindy. We're at $90 away from today after Zen Man Builds throws in $5 and says, dance for your shekels, Mr. Imholstein. Hey, 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 oh, hey, hey. Keep dancing, says Adam Simon with $2. Miss Tay with $5 says dance for the Shuli hype. $85 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Fauci's Pangolin gifting a subscription. $80 away. Oh my God, if I can quit typing for a second, I can get back to dancing. $80 away from knocking it out. Let's fucking go. Hey, 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 hey. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Oh my goodness, it can be done. We've got 2.5 minutes left to go and just $80 left. Silver Wolf with $1 says 90. Like the 90 millimeter on my favorite tank, the Kanonenjagdenpanzer. No, we can't be talking about German tanks while we're shekels from the goal. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Camo Girl with $4.99 says, dance, boy. That sounds quasi-racist. $75 away from today's goal. Can it be done? 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes left. And $75 away from knocking this out. I'm rotating. Like on a lazy Susan. A lazy Susan? Come on, boys and girls. $75 away. Let's get this knocked out and call it a win for the toe. Nothing on the old PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs right now. There's Zach with $10 over on YouTube. $65 away after Trucker 18-Wheeler with $5. Oh my God. Says, is this Mexican or Jew music? Same vibe. Silver Wolf with $1 says 75. Like the tank on the 75 millimeter on the beautiful M4 Sherman tank. $10 from Chatting on the Porch says, hope this helps. $60 away from today's goal. We're getting closer and closer. 1 minute. 1 minute left to go. As soon as the music runs out, so do we. $15 and we extend for another 30 minutes for overtime. $60 left to go. We're $60 short for today's goal. Get in there. Drop in a few bucks. Let's make it happen. About a minute left. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's do it. If we don't hit today, this has been fun. 30 seconds yet to go. Can Steel Toe knock out that last 60? $1 from Silver Wolf. Says 60 like the M60 MBT. Starship is sexy as fuck. $4.99 from Drinks a Lot of Bourbon says Sheeny Gold. About 55 away from today's goal, but we're going to miss. We got 10 seconds left. I don't think we're going to get inside of 50. About $55 left to go on today's goal. Morning show audience might be breaking that 6-week perfection streak that we were on. Oh, boy. Well, guys, hey, we had some fun in the last 6.5 minutes, right? We had a good time, but ultimately, well, Helgi with $5 says, K yourself. That gets us down to 50. I'm going to start signing off here. We get under 50. Obviously, the rule is once we get under 50, we got to do that last 30 seconds for you, but you guys got to come up with the dollars. I don't know what the credit situation is like for the morning crowd at this point, but we're at an even 50. We get inside of 50. We add it up. We add it up and hopefully call it another win for the toe. There's $50 from Timothy. He says,
fuck you, Aaron.
What was that, Timothy?
Fuck you, Aaron.
All right. Thank you for the $50. We're going to get him on the list, too, because that's Timothy's first drop of the week. There we go. Boozamak, I'm really sorry, buddy. I know there were like 20 different people contributing to that one, and we always have the same people, but Timothy got us over the hump, and it's another win for the toe. I know it's a problem. You know what? It's true. It is me. I'm a giant fucking asshole. I just realized it. It's not Buzamok. I'm just a dick. I taunt people. Then I get them upset, and then they accuse me of being mad while I smile and keep being a dick. It's my fault. We got James with $20 coming in late. Thank you very much.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
And thank you very much to Timothy. Let's get you your drop here.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Cole with $5 says push on. Well, holy shit, you guys know you're good until 7 o'clock tomorrow now because you're $30 over the goal. Thank you very much. And Jive Turkey with $6.25 says, you got me. Well, I'm very fucking entertaining. What can I do? I pull it out of my ass, don't I? I turn on the charm when I need to. Optic Nerve with $1. Thank you very much. Okay, let me hit refresh one last time. I think we're good. I think we got everybody. Thanks. Nope. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1. Zen Man with $5 says, you ain't going anywhere, tunnel boy. Oh, jeez. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, I don't know about the rest of you Hebes, but I just laughed my foreskin off. Well, that's what got it to another win for the toe today. And to Mr. Buzamok.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And again, buddy, I'm just fucking with you. You know the thing you do? That's what I'm doing. If you came to a Steel Toe live event, we'd have a beer and we'd just make fun of everybody. It would be great. I've just got to... You know what, though? I will admit, I've got to work on being a more likable guy. All right, we're calling this rally music and we're keeping it because it really... I mean, we really fucking ran up the old total. We're now $40 ahead for tomorrow morning. That rally music really fucking worked, and it disappointed a lot of people, I'm sure, in the YouTube chat. Sorry about that. Yeah, Dead Game says, we bust balls. That's what we do. Yeah, I'm sorry we don't go in like Discord chats and plan gay ops and try to cancel shit. We talk a bunch of shit and then we go off and have our day. That's, you know what Steel Toe and our fans' biggest crime is? We don't mean it. That's the biggest crime we commit is we just don't mean it. Oh, good. Chad Buzamok says he's laughing and enjoying himself. Thank God. Okay, I was worried you were getting pissy. Well, if you're not, then everybody's good. Then we're all happy because we just want you to have a good time when you're here, my man. That's all. All right, what do we got on the text line? Breaking news, Aaron Rodgers not coming to Minnesota. In the battle of Imholt versus Rodgers, the superior Aaron wins again. Aaron Rodgers is not coming to Minnesota. Another win for the toe. Smoke out prods, you dick. I'm not going to say too much, smoke out prods, but what if in the end it's not called that? Ooh, that's going to disappoint a lot of people. Silverwolf with $1 says 40, like the 40 millimeter anti-aircraft gun mounted on, well, fucking everything, honestly, ships, tanks, etc. Silverwolf with $1 says Bofors, stupid autocorrect. I'm sorry. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says Chad Buzamok gives Zumach more shit than just about anybody. He's got to be a good egg. Who, Chad? Does Chad take it well? Like, does Chad play back at Buzamok like I do? We're just a couple of pals calling each other gay? Or does Chad... I'm interested. I'll be honest. I don't follow any of this shit. So when you guys bring it up, I get kind of interested. And I'm like, oh, it's kind of like an old ex. What's old Chad up to? What's he doing? You guys are like, oh, Chad Buzamok gives him shit and he takes it really well. That would be good. That would show that Chad's really grown. If Chad takes Chad, because I'll be honest about Chad Buzamok, he's not offensive. He doesn't do anything that gets to you or upsets you. He's just busting balls. And again, maybe I go a little too hard back. I don't mean to, but I've never stopped a show and been like, what did Chad Buzamok? Did Chad Buzamok say something? I mean, he's not Chad Buzamok's not mean-spirited and like after your soul or anything. So if Chad's taking it well, I think that's a good thing. Flinty Gecko with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Flinty. Flinty, are you at, I think that puts you at 100 because I think the value of those gifted subs, I mean, I know it's more than what we count them as. So I have you at 100, not 25. So you're up on the board at this point. Thank you, Flinty Gecko. Oh, that means what? That means we only got, oh no, we still have 2 women on the board. It's 2 women and 2 dudes on the board. I appreciate that. Chad Buzamok says, haha, no, Chad hates me. He has me blocked on everything. Well, in fairness, just because he blocks you doesn't mean he hates you. Sometimes people can be really obnoxious. That's why, you know what, though? I don't block people I find annoying. I don't. I really only block people who bring up my kids or like my family because I just think that's a level of creepy. Those people might hurt you someday. That's kind of where I've always been. That's in my experience in media is the ones who are willing to bring up family and children and stuff. Those are people that if they had the ability would physically harm you or physically try to harm me. But I think when they're being obnoxious, that's usually a mute. Like you don't need to block people who are just being annoying. That's a mute thing because I understand being annoyed. Like you go on there, like I go on Twitter to find news for the show and Viking stuff. So, like, if stuff's like, I'm not like, it's like, all right, weirdo. We're going to just put you on mute because I'm trying to look for fucking Viking shit here. Oh, but he blocked you? Chad Buzamok says he doesn't like his lies being called out. Well, the problem is, like, a lot of these guys live their, like, Melton and Chad and all these guys, they live their lives online. And when you live your whole life online, it matters if you lie or not. Like, Patrick lies about his dog. Patrick lies about his show. Patrick lies about, well, pretty much everything. Patrick gets about everything regarding me wrong. But, you know, he's got a really retarded, like double-digit IQ audience, so he can get away with it. Chad lives his whole life online, so it matters if he lies. I mean, even though I pretty much nail everything and I call it, if I do lie about something like show-wise just for a goof or a gag or whatever, it doesn't really matter because I'm not living my life here. We're goofing around. We're fucking around. We're like, if we're teasing someone or giving someone shit because they came in here to give us shit, it doesn't matter if it's truthful or whatever because we're fucking around. We're joking around. We're busting balls. But when all these guys like invest their whole lives on the internet, I guess it kind of matters if you lie. So I don't know. I think the more you live your life on the internet, the more, I think Chad Buzamok's right. The more you open yourself up to being called out for a liar. Chad Buzamok says, Chad said I'm insignificant, and then 5 seconds later said, my name is what made him change his whole life. He is an ass clown. Your name, Chad Buzamok? People call me Aaron the cum-eating cuck. I don't give a fuck. It's the internet. I'm not a human being to them. I'm there to be, they want to make fun of me. That's part of doing a show. I think it's maybe coming up in like the professional broadcasting world. You just you become numb to it. Chad Buzamok? That's it? That's all it took? Chad Buzamok. It's kind of weird. Chad Buzamok says, that's understandable. Kids should be left out. See, now if you would have stopped there, you would have been golden. But this is a very internet guy thing to say. But you also shouldn't be posting them on your toe account. I don't have another account. I just have my account. I differentiate business because, again, it's all just the internet. You just throw it out there. But no, I'll tell you this. People are allowed to be proud of their family. People are allowed to be proud of their children. And here's what you can expect from other people. Don't be a fucking savage. Don't be a retard. Don't be an animal. Don't be a pig. Don't be a pedo, basically. Don't obsess over children. See, Chad, if we draw the line where you're drawing it, society's lost. It's over. We might as well pack it up, call it, ask for the meteor, check, please. If you go my way, we might have a fighting chance where you go, no. Let's shoot for a society where people are allowed to be proud of their family, proud of everything else. And then we will ostracize the people who are fucking weirdo pig creeps about it. That's where I want to live. That's where I'll live and die. So whenever you say but after that, I think it shows you got to spend a little more time around real people. Numero Uno says, Melton blocked me for bringing up an extra girlfriend who he brought on shows back in the day, claiming I'm doxing. Yeah, he has a weird double standard where if he wants to fuck with people and he feels really sore and seething like about me, then he can talk about anything or bring up anyone or whatever, and he can dig as deep as he wants and make shit up. But then the minute you give him a little bit of shit about a dog or an extra girlfriend, I will say this. I think the stuff people say about his wife is not nice. I don't think you should do that. You know, they say she's mentally retarded or whatever. She didn't. Look, just because she's with a retard doesn't mean that she needs to be dragged in. From what I've heard about every comic who's ever known Patrick, like Corey and all these other people, they're like, the girl he's with is ashamed of what he does for a living, hates that he does that, doesn't want to be any part of it, which is smart on her part. So when people do that, I think that's gross. You know? I think that's really shitty. But yeah, numero uno, Josh Denny fan, you doing that? Yeah, he is that sensitive. I mean, I set the guy off on a fucking daily basis. It's not hard. It's actually pretty easy. Let's go ahead and do this Owen Schroyer thing. And then Chevy fan says there's a part 2 to that black guy biker thing that's coming out pretty soon. I'm really excited. Oh my God, I got so many messages yesterday from people going, oh my God, that fucking bit, I watched it later, is fucking hilarious. The people who were watching it at the time fucking loved it. Yet another conservative influencer, the victim of a coordinated leftist swatting operation Tuesday night, as armed Austin police stormed the residence of Owen Schroyer, who's a host on InfoWars. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, Owen's like the right-hand guy to Alex. When Alex isn't on, it's usually Owen Schroyer. Schroyer became the latest online personality and the second InfoWars host to have rifles pointed at him outside his own home in what clearly is now a leftist anarcho-terrorist campaign. And Owen posted videos from the swatting. Now, I've been swatted before, but I've never had like the get on the fucking ground, blah, blah, blah. The police know me. Shut up. This was before all that. We had a huge fan base, and we still have a pretty big fan base amongst law enforcement. Cops loved the show. In fact, I got a call from a SWAT team captain because we were talking about something that was going down. Someone said they saw a SWAT team and sirens going down a certain block in St. Cloud, in Sartell. And we were like, oh my God, really? It's going this way. It's doing that, blah, blah, blah. It's like, wow, this is breaking news. SWAT team captain called me. He goes, hey man, I just want to let you know, sometimes we're on our way to a drug raid and we don't want them to know that we're coming. We want it to be as safe as possible. So if you could hang up on people like that, I'd appreciate. He was like really cool about it. I'm like, oh, wow, okay, yeah, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. He goes, no, it all went fine. Don't worry about it. I go, how'd you know we were doing it? He's like, oh, the entire SWAT team listens every morning. I'm like, oop, shit. And apparently when they were in the vehicles on the way there, over the radio, they were going, fucking Imholt. And I know what some of you are thinking. Aaron, you're giggling. Are you a big enough piece of shit where even that stroked your ego? Yes. Yes, I'm that big of a piece of shit. And I apologize to Jesus for being that way. So I've been swatted, but they kind of knew who we were. And they came to the door and they just knocked on the door and they were like, hey, we got a call that you're murdering your whole family. We figured it was bullshit. And we're not really going to worry about it. But we need to ask you a few questions. We need to do this. We need to do that. And then there was a second time it happened. And then also while that happened, that same guy, Botter, you remember Botter? He was sending both April and I CP to our phones. And we had to give it to the police so they could properly delete it and get it off our phone. They're like, yep, we deal with this all the time. This happens to people. Luckily, from the phone number Botter sent it from, this is amazing. The cops were able to arrest him based on that. So the guy's using dummy accounts and burners and all this shit for calling in swatting. But when he sends April and I the most disgusting stuff, he uses his fucking phone number. Brilliant. It was like less than a week later, or no, less than 2 weeks later, I'm sorry. They had the guy arrested. Chad must have wrote the Aaron swap script. It's almost word for word. Oh, I can guarantee April's no big fan of mine, but if you asked her about it, she'd tell you the same thing. They were like, yeah, we figured, it's probably nothing, but we have to check it out. It was, first time was a female cop, gun drawn, doggo doesn't die. Second time it was a dude. And he had to come in and take the phones, and he had to wipe well, first, this is gross. This made me feel bad for the job he has to do. He had to take pictures of them. He had to get them and log them like as evidence and then wipe them. Yuck. Let's go with the Owen Schroyer swatting clips. Here we go. These are posted a little weird. All right, here we go. Oh, there's no audio. Oh, I'm sorry. There just is no audio. So here they go. So somebody called and said Owen Schroyer was, I don't know, killing people, or there was some kind of threatening situation. And all because people don't like InfoWars. This is insanity to me. Oh, so this isn't like a body cam thing. This is his Ring doorbell. So there he's out. Got his hands up. Poor Owen. They ought to give people the death penalty for this shit. They really should. I mean, think about it. If we got rid of people who did this, we'd be so much better off. Like, whatever the worst case scenario that could have happened to Owen Schroyer in this situation should happen to the people that called it in. There's a lot of fascist feelings that get stirred up in me when I see shit like this. Because I didn't have to go through this. I mean, this is awful. This has got to be frightening. I just answered my door. April answered the door the first time. She said, Aaron, could you come up here? And the second time I answered the door. I mean, don't get me wrong. There were cars down the road. But the police just sent a regular officer. I've never had like the actual SWAT team. Like, get the fuck down. I've never had that.
Can I just record this?
Yeah, they don't want you having the phone.
All right, I assure you, this is a non-starter, gentlemen.
Keep your shirt up like that and rotate slowly.
You want me to take my shirt? I have nothing. You want me to take my shirt?
Collar of your shirt from the top. Pull up.
The cops really don't do a good job of like encouraging obedience, because when you're in this tense of a situation, the screaming at the guy is not helping him follow directions. Like, if you touch the wrong part of your shirt, he goes, "Get your fucking hands up!" You're like, "Oh shit! Okay, now we're starting over. What do you need me to do? Can I pull the turds out of I shit myself. Can I clean that up? No? Okay. Will you guys do that for me after?"
Rotate 360. Turn.
Put your right hand in. We need you to take your right hand out. Put your fucking right hand back in. Shake it all about. All right, sir, we're going to need you, and this is very important. You're going to need to do the hokey pokey. Turn yourself around. Thank you. That's what it's all about, sir. Thank you.
Slowly. Turn. Slowly. Stop. Put your hands up.
Sir, open the door. Get on the floor. All right, guys, everybody walk the dinosaur. Let's go.
Put your hands on the back of your head.
Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Take it back now, y'all.
You're going to walk backwards to the sound of my voice. Start walking.
Looking good, Owen. Jim's paying off. You know what? This is a good endorsement for those Alex Jones supplements that he sells. Kicking ass, Owen.
Backwards towards the sound of my voice. Stop.
Drop. Shut him down. Now open up shop. Thank you.
Get on your knees.
Just so you guys know, I'm home alone. This is a false police
Start crawling back towards the sound of my voice.
Yeah, let's make swatting a mandatory 10-year minimum sentence. Easy enough? I mean, I'm compromising. Earlier I said, why don't we just shoot him, which I'd still be fine with. But 10-year minimum sentence for swatting.
You got it, guys. Whatever you need. Whatever you need. Hey, we hear you, bro. He's got to do this. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Sorry, guys. It's like hurting your knees. Keep crawling. Keep crawling.
All right, let's fast forward a little bit. What do they do next? Got about a minute and change left. You're just joining us. These are the cops going into Owen Schroyer's house on a swatting call.
Oh, police department, make yourself known! Police department, come to the front door!
If I'm hiding behind the wall with a gun, I don't think I go, oh, sorry, didn't know you. Yeah, it's me, Josh.
Oh, police department, come to the front door, your hands up and empty. It's the only way I can guarantee your safety.
Yeah, I'm good.
And then they enter the home. I mean, yeah, and there's not really anything you can, I mean, you can't really shit on the cops on this, but they got to do their job. I mean, this is really 100% on the person that did the swatting. There's nobody else you can blame for this. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, did you hear Joe Peggs got swatted as well? Really? The fuck is with that? Setting Teslas on fire, swatting people. We do have to just keep upping the penalty until they stop doing it. And that's all there is to it. Everyone getting their lines in as well. Crowder Wears Panties says the hokey pokey got me. You know, like, what can I say? You know, I don't like it that you guys act surprised every time I'm fucking balls out hilarious. It's like I've been telling you. Sorry. Yes. Oh, did Smoke Out Prods beat me to it? Stop, drop, shut him down, open up shop. Yeah. Maybe I wasn't first. Dive Bar says cops fucking suck. The more cops videos I see, the more willing I am to support the defund the cops movement. What are they? Well, okay. What are they supposed to do in that situation? Take the guy's word for it that he's not doing anything wrong? Thank you, numero uno. The real ones recognize what the great reference in that was, and that's the was not was reference, Walk the Dinosaur. Bapa Shab says, Simon Says hop up and down on one leg. Stop! Why did you stop? I didn't say Simon Says. Commence fire! Yeah, 09 Canyon says, and they have multiple cops telling you different directions in half the video. Yeah. Klopogram says, sir, we need you to put your hands in the air. Okay, that's good. Now, do us a favor. Can you wave them? All right. No, sir, we need you to wave them like you just don't care. That's the... Thank you. There you go. There. Now you're abandoning your inhibitions. Pull down your shorts. Grab your toes. Going to show you where the wild goose goes. Thank you, sir. Oh, man. Leave Alex Jones peoples alone. Leave Alex Jones guys alone. Atomic Ray says, how about being direct as the subject? The police hide behind the foreskins of all of our children. Fuck. They better not. I don't even know where mine is. Somewhere. Doing something. I hope he's happy. You ever think that? You ever think about your foreskin? You ever think, whatever he's doing, I hope he's, doing what he wants. I hope my foreskin's doing all right. And now I'm sad. I didn't want to end the show on a sad note today, but sometimes you think about your foreskin and you just go, wonder what he's thinking. Does he think I abandoned him? I sure hope not. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says debunk the police. Silverwolf with $1 says, great show today, boss. Thanks for entertaining my stupid bit. And Holiday has Celsius on sale. Buy 2, get 1 free. Have a great day, y'all. Thank you. I appreciate that. Numero Uno says, I only know Was Not Was because I'm a big jazz fan, and Don Was took over Blue Note. Oh. Now, Don Was he the white guy with the Jew fro and the sunglasses? Was that Don Was? Just a question. Answer at your own leisure. We got a couple minutes left. Trampling at the zoo. Jesus, that's a hell of an accusation of the Jewish people. Andrew Sun says, I wouldn't really swat Johnny, but I would call in a report that he is unroadworthy. Bowing to the man, I see. Dive Bar with $1 says, like you said, cops don't need to be dicks, and definitely there should be rules of engagement similar to that of a combat zone. Oh, so like if they're Muslim, you can just shoot. Oh. They can't fire until fired upon. If they don't like it, tough shit. You know what? It's a fair point. Numero Uno says, yeah, Don Was has a real weird look. Yeah, Don Was the guy who was always playing the keyboard while the black guys sang in Was Not Was. That is kind of interesting, though. Like, if you think about it, like, he got the name of the band, Was Not Was. And the 2 black guys had to do all the singing. It's very capitalistic of him, if you ask me. All right, guys, we got to get out of here. Thank you very much for rallying as hard as you did. Oh, my God. What a day. Not only do you guys have this habit of just doing shit at the last minute and then going insanely over for the next day. So should you and I just assume that we're going to do this the same way again tomorrow? Should this be just the way things are between us? Well, thank you guys either way. You've been extremely generous. A lot of you chipping in. Only one over $20 today. That's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. 5s and 10s are my favorite. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. We'll talk to you at 7 o'clock. And maybe we'll be doing a little victory lap because we got tonight's small evening goal. And then tomorrow, you guys are into the 200s already for the morning goal. We're almost there. 6 straight weeks of perfection.